Good morning and welcome. Oh, I'm not hearing that. Good morning and welcome to the McLeod Oval in Wentworth for the second game of our game. It was Australia versus Australia A, a 12-run victory for the Aussies. And they're in action today against the Grey Caps. And we'll wait and see how this one's going to play out later on across the course of the day. The Kiwis won the toss. They elected to bowl first and use the early morning conditions, which have turned out to be a little bit fresher today than what we have seen over the last couple of days. And our opening ball coming in there from Damien Grant, and well handled there by Kebley. Beautiful conditions once again. Breezes from the northwest again this morning. Short and worked away by Kebley to the leg side. And we did see that Wentworth Township or Murray River end of the ground running a little bit quicker yesterday. They'll get through for a third. That's very good running indeed from Stephen Mace. So Kebley away and the Australians none for three in this first over. Stephen Mace just taking his guard. Kebley was one of the key contributors to the Aussies' tally of 5-2-23 yesterday. Great partnership alongside of Andrew Kratzman. Foolish delivery outside the off stump, but go through to the keeper. So as we saw yesterday, scores of 200 plus were par in the 45 over contest that the Tri-Series sets up as. Of course, we have a maximum of 9 overs per bowler and 3 power plays in operation. Foolish length delivery. And at this time, beautifully handled by Mace. A few changes to the Aussie side today. Of course, we saw the unfortunate Achilles strain for Owen Gilchrist. He will be replaced by Simon Milton this morning. That's a very decent delivery, beating the edge and through to the keeper. And Richard Gabb, after his exploits for Australia A yesterday, will come in to the team to replace Andrew Kratzman. Once again, down the leg side, and Mace is working the ball out towards mid-wicket. They'll pick up 2. And that is the end of the first over. So Australia none for 5. Kebley has 3. Mace has 2. Off to a pretty tidy start for the Grey Caps. Let's see who's in operation from the Murray end of the ground here. Looks like it might be Kelvin Scott. He'll take the new ball. As skipper Adil Samani just gets his troops exactly where he wants them, as we're joined once again by Anthony Telfer. Morning, Telf.
Silko, how are you this morning?
Oh, it's a little bit, isn't it, what we enjoyed yesterday?
Yeah, it is, and then the wind's blowing from a different direction.
It is.
Nearly in our face, or in our right ear.
You could say that.
Oh, what a first up day, hey?
Yeah, fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was absolutely wonderful. Some numbers on views yesterday, 1,800.
It's not a bad start, is it?
A great start, especially when you consider the technical issue days at this point, touch wood, running like clockwork. actually went out for dinner with the Kiwi boys last night.
Oh, how'd that go, all right?
That was really good. I got to sit at the same table as Richard Petrie.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
We'll see him in operation, no doubt, later on this morning. Back of a length. A little bit awkward for Kebley just to get over the top of there. Big flock of birds going in the background there as we saw that delivery bowled as well.
The ducks are out early this morning.
Yes, notorious out here at McLeod, aren't they, the ducks?
They are indeed.
Very watchful in defence. And Scott has got straight on the mark there. We can see the keeper, Matt Everest, is standing up at the stumps. And we saw this employed quite a bit yesterday, didn't we, Telf, just to get the batsmen back into their crease?
Yeah, it's a ploy you see a lot in veterans cricket right around the world. Obviously, the keepers are class keepers and they're not quick, like super sharp bowlers. So
it's a really tidy start from Scott, not giving any width. He's attacking that off stump. He's got some good protection there. He's got the slip in play. Also the backward point. Cover, extra cover, and mid-off as well. So he's obviously targeting that region. A bit of swing into the right-hander there.
That'd be aided by the breeze that's blowing across the ground from right to left, I would say.
Perfect end for an in-swinger.
Definitely.
No doubt about that.
Yep. Having a look at the pitch at the toss of the coin this morning, and it looks an absolute belter today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a day two pitch, definitely.
Yep. And as we saw, over 400 runs scored in our contest yesterday in 90 overs, so you can't argue about that. And there was certainly a little bit in it for the bowlers too if they chose to bend their back. So we wait on Kelvin Scott once again. Mosley played through the covers there. I'll look to get back for a second. Kebley will take his 5 and Australia none for 7 after the first 2 overs of this second tri-series clash here at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth this morning. Just a quick refresh on yesterday's game. Australia batting first after winning the toss, 5 for 223 in their 45 overs. Andrew Kratzman 84, Clint Kebley 40, Timmy Haseman 38, Brad Perdue best of the bowlers for Australia A with 2 for 20. And after a pretty decent start, Australia A just lost their way a bit at the back end, finishing at 9 for 211 from their allotted 45 overs. Richard Gabb 53, Mark Kratzman 48, Phil Melville best the Australian bowlers with 3 for 32. So we can see deep third man in operation. So a man out at deep cover on the boundary. Nicely fielded off his own bowling there by Damien Grant.
No, it's not. I'll send you a link now to your mobile.
Kiwis appear to have their ring field just set a little bit deeper than what we saw yesterday. I've got a few tips on the fact that this outfield just runs that little bit slower. It's again a probing length there from Grant, and Mace was just looking to try and work it on the offside. Once again, back of a length outside the off stump, and Mace really committing forward or back there, stuck in the crease a little bit as he just tries to push it into the offside. We saw yesterday Australia A bowler opens pretty much right through to the first 15 over drinks break, so I wonder whether New Zealand will adopt the same play or whether they'll switch up the attack a little. And again, Grant Richard Petrie in there at mid-off, giving his bowler some advice. Once again, right up in the block hole. Beautifully bowled there by Damien Grant. So the Aussies going at just a tick under 3 runs and over. This first power play as we approach the end of the third over.
Are you going somewhere?
Down the leg side from Grant, and that will be called by the umpire. We played a part in yesterday's game. Both the Aussie teams lost the radar across the course of the afternoon. And once again, right on the dollies that time from Damien Grant. Stephen Mace considered going through the offside and then allowing it to pass through to the keeper. So 3 overs completed. Australia none for 8 in our second tri-series game here at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth this morning. It is, of course, all a part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festival. We'll move through this tri-series 45 over stage into the T20s, which will get underway next Friday. Currently 17.9 degrees locally, so a little bit fresher than the same time yesterday. Hitting the cover, but there's no run. So Scotty hustling. Foolish length ball. He's certainly getting some nice tail back into the right-handed batsman. He's being aided by a pretty decent breeze coming in from that Wentworth Township end of the ground at the moment. Once again, just closing down Keble as he plays forward and out into the offside. Foolish ball, and Keble can't break the field. As I mentioned before, the Kiwis have just got their ring set that little bit deeper in the lush confines of McLeod Oval here. Ball does tend to pull up a little. That one back of a length. And Keble just crammed into his stroke there. We did see yesterday quite a few batsmen take advantage of that shorter mid-wicket boundary over by the swimming pool there. 3 or 4 balls disappearing over the boundary yesterday. The 4 ball outside the off stump, but once again, Keble can only knock it down towards mid-off, and another great over from Kelvin Scott. So 4 down, none for 8 Australia batting first after the Kiwis won the toss, elected at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth. To post that tally of 5 for 223. Back with Damien Grant again from the Pomona end. Once again into the pitch. And Mace just can't get going at the moment. He's looking to find the gaps. Once again, beautifully bowled by Grant. Great scenes earlier, just before the start of play this morning, with the playing of both national anthems. Nothing better than that Trans-Tasman rivalry, and we will see it right across the day today. And this time Mace is going to work the ball through for a single to turn the strike over. It's been a really strong start from New Zealand, keeping the Aussies down around that 2 runs per over mark. And we'll pick up a single. So Australia none for 10. Kiwi advances to 6. Mace is on 3. Angling down the leg side this time, Grant. It's well worked by Stephen Mace. He'll come back for a second, and I reckon they might just get 3 out of this too. So it's once again good running from Australia. And Mace gets himself to 6, and it's none for 13 as we approach the end of the 5th over. Been one of the best innings for Australia over the innings so far for Australia, 5 from it. And that's a beautiful delivery. Just put it to the pin a little more time. And Kiwi had no answer as we finish the 5th over. It's none for 13. And the Aussies just setting the platform here, looking to build another big tally. As we mentioned earlier, a couple of changes from yesterday's team. Owen Gilchrist has been replaced by Simon Milton, and Richard Gabb will come in for Andrew Kratzman. So Stephen Mace down the leg side. Keeper can't quite get gloves to it, and they'll pick up 2. First real blemish so far from Kelvin Scott. He's really had the radar going exactly where he wants it to be. Just couldn't quite control the swing on that particular occasion. The full-length ball, and Mace is pushing it down the ground, but he once again can't pierce the field. In-swinging delivery has worked nicely around the corner by Mace. He'll pick up a couple. He goes to 8, and the score is none for 18. And this is the 6th over. Also, he's just starting to get a little momentum now, up around that 3.4 runs per over mark. Scott once again getting himself sorted for line of length, joined by a special guest who was pick of the bowlers for the Australians in the second session yesterday afternoon. Phil Melville, welcome.
Morning.
Great to have you not only here at the broadcast position, but to have you here in Sunraysia.
Yeah, first time for me. So,
Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
never been down here. So, enjoyed it so far.
Fantastic, as we see another run for the Aussies, just starting to pick up the run rate a little now. 1 for 19, getting towards the end of the 6th over. What did you make of the conditions and the wicket yesterday?
Wicket was good.
Yeah.
It was good. It had a little bit in it early, the thing, but
Yep.
I reckon our guys made a good account of themselves.
Absolutely. Some good carry through here.
It did,
normally as well.
And, like the outfield's, it's hard on the calves and the thighs, but, it's early season's just going to be. So, yeah, we're a little bit sore today, but
It is a little bit
we've
extra
got our
spongy.
recovery methods, we'll get by.
Yeah, a bit spongier here. I was saying yesterday that the New South Wales grounds seem to get that little bit more water than we do over in Victoria, so hence they become a little bit more spongy and lusher, I guess. So I guess the ball better across the course of the innings as well.
The ball was in fantastic nick, even over 40, 42. So no complaints there at all. Might be a different story mid-season. It's early days yet, but for a ground that's had footy on it in the winter, it's got a lovely cover of grass and the outfit's in pretty good nick. Just bar those little bits around the square. Yeah.
All right, so we'll go back to Damien Grant. And just straightening his line there, but Mace couldn't work him down the ground. So we saw yesterday, Phil, that scores in excess of 200 were the agenda, weren't they? You guys got around 223, and Australia A made a pretty good fist early in that first 15, 20 overs, and then just run out of steam a little. But you'd think 200 plus is going to need to be on the board.
I think you've got to be looking at fives.
Yep.
Yeah, fives and over, and and if you can get up to 5.5, that's good, and anything above that's a bonus. But I think on a wicket like this in these conditions, I think you'd be looking at minimum fives. To be in the game for sure.
Couple of changes for your boys, of course. Owen Gilchrist not playing today, replaced by Simon Milton, and Richard Gabb comes in for Andrew Kratzman.
Yes. Yep.
Gabby was in pretty good touch yesterday.
He was. Yeah. He got hold of a few of mine. I was glad to see the back of him.
Run himself out in the end.
Yeah.
The big fella.
Yeah. So that's always a factor in vets cricket, isn't it?
Can be. Fatigue does kick in. And we were talking a little bit about you yesterday, and we got a bit of insight to your domestic career districts. Is that right?
Yeah, still in Northern District Club. Yeah. Still playing Premier Cricket. So I think I'm up to about my 32nd season or something.
Wow.
I think now. Yeah,
Fantastic.
Yeah. Pre-season doesn't get any easier, that's for sure.
No, I bet it doesn't. Mace is working hard through the offside, and that won't quite get to the boundary. They'll look at 2. They should get back for a 3rd, so it's good running once again by the Aussies. And that will take the score up to 1 for 22. Mace now 12. Kebley is 6. So the New South Wales season soon to get underway. Is it already
Yeah.
going,
We
or?
our first grade kick-off this weekend with Poitevin Grey, which is under 21s. So they play, I think, a few double headers of T20s.
Yep.
And then all grades start the following week with open up with a one day game, 50 overs a side.
Yep.
It's a traditional start to the Sydney grades cricket season, or Premier Cricket as now called.
Had much rain during the off season, and how are the ground's looking?
We've had good rainfall.
Yep.
The wickets that have had footy on them, they won't really come good till the end of November.
Yeah.
We welcome back our number 1 oval this summer. Mark Taylor Oval's been out of action for 3 years. We've had a redevelopment of the square and the
So we see a wicket here and the run out from the direct hit. See Stephen Mace short of his swing. Unfortunately, we were a little bit of that yesterday, Phil. Just that slower outfield and just the judgment of the runs under a little bit of pressure. So good start for the Kiwis. They'd be happy with that early break.
especially at Macy. He's had a good run against the Kiwis over the years, so they'll be very happy to see the back of him under those circumstances.
So it's 1 for 22. Almost 7 overs completed. So we have a look at the replay here. We might not quite get back far enough there, but exactly what New Zealand were looking for. Interesting decision to win the toss and bowl. I guess they figured that there was something in the track they could exploit in this first session.
Yeah, there's a little bit in it.
Yep.
I had a quick look at this morning. I thought, it looked brilliant.
Yeah.
It'll probably do much the same all day. I think the big factor here and what we learnt yesterday is how much the breeze picks up in the afternoon.
Yep.
And how difficult it does make it to bowl. And it sort of swirls a bit, so it's sort of 1 minute it's slightly in your face coming at your left cheek, and then the next minute it's sort of blowing straight into you, which was my experience bowling from the southern end.
Yep. And we're using that sort of Duke style ball for this Tri-Series tournament.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen those balls.
Okay.
I've heard a bit about them.
Yep.
And glowing report really. They were still in good nick in the 42nd over.
Yep.
So, whether they're the way to go in the future, I don't know. Obviously, with vets cricket, cost comes into it, but I think, you've got to, I think at this level, you've basically got a mirror image what conditions you're going to play at a World Cup.
Yep.
No matter where it is. You're not going to copy the conditions of every country, but, if you at least can get something right with the ball and that. But no, they were great. The RJRs were fantastic. First time seeing them, and happy to use them in this series for sure.
Leith Dawes is the new man for Australia, coming in at number 3. Didn't quite get going yesterday. Looked like he was going to set the tone, but come up short in that sort of mid part of the innings.
His was a bit. This was one that rolled a fraction.
Yeah.
I think he got hit below the knee roll.
And a good start from Damien Grant, offering one up outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. So 7 overs down, 1 for 22 Australia after the Kiwis won the toss and elected to field. Joined by Phil Melville here in the broadcast position. And how did the boys recover this morning after yesterday? Everyone's feeling pretty fresh?
Yeah, I think everyone's okay. Yeah, I don't think Ross has been too busy this morning. He was a bit busy yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
You jump in the pool and freeze up to the waist, and it does help.
It's a big campaign, though, isn't it? Over a short period of time, the boys are going to get through some cricket games, aren't they?
Yeah. I think outside of World Cups, you're not going to get a lot of rest days. We play 2 games on rest day, and we sort of mirror imaging what we played in the Tri-Series in Brisbane a couple of years ago. So it's tough. In an ideal world, you'd like to stretch it out and have a bit more time between games, but that's the amateur game, isn't it?
Exactly right. As there's trouble here, Keble has lost his footing on the track as he was turning the ball to leg and trying to push through for the single, and unfortunately he's going to have to make his way, and another wicket to the Grey Caps. They are off to a flyer here. The score's 2 for 22. It's a pretty hard surface, that McLeod Oval pitch, so sometimes it almost has that bit of sheen to it, so certainly trying to turn on the wicket itself,
It's
not ideal.
Turn on his heel or what? I don't know.
Just replacing a couple of divots there, the umpires. He might have taken a bit out, but just a bit of confusion. I guess the new man to the crease, not quite confident with the ball going back behind square as to whether there was a run in it or not. Oh, no, we got there. Looks like Richard Gabb's going to make his way out there.
Yeah, Gabby batting at 4.
So, unfortunately, Keble, after looked good yesterday, didn't he? Kratzman and he put together a really good partnership that got you guys right on track.
Yeah, that's not what we need at this stage, isn't it? Yeah.
That's what happens, though, in the limited over format. There's always that bit of pressure running between the wickets. So 2 for 22. Run rate currently just a tick over 3 and over. But we saw from Gab yesterday that he went to work pretty much instantly the moment he got to the crease, so we probably expect more of the same today.
Yeah, he keeps busy, Gabby. Very strong through the offside, in that sort of mid-off to cover arc. Let's look at the kit, so.
Yeah. Keeper up to the stumps too, obviously just changes the focus a little. You need to get back into the crease.
Yeah, Matt's an outstanding keeper. We saw a lot of him in New Zealand, in Blenheim. And, he doesn't leave you without a suitable replacement when Mason's unavailable. He's a fantastic keeper.
Expansive Gab as he hits through the offside. Get back for a couple. Just picking off where he left on from yesterday. Stay wickets gone early.
Yeah, it's
Sort of a rebuild required. I guess,
yeah. Can't be too expensive at this stage.
Had sort of noticed in the opening half a dozen overs that the Kiwis seem to have their field a little bit deeper on the ring than what we saw yesterday, just accounting for the slower outfield.
Yeah.
So making it harder to pick up those ones. Gab's forward in defence and playing it back to the bowler. So with no Andrew Kratzman today, I guess Gab will be one of the key men in that middle order.
Yeah, we do lose a bit without Kratzy. He's quite instrumental in keeping the run rate ticking along and getting that acceleration at the right points with his expansive hitting, and well, he's 360 to grain with his lap shots and the occasional reverse sweep.
He did start to pull them out later in the innings, didn't he? Getting ready for the T20s.
Yeah.
What's your preferred format of the game? You like the 45, 50 overs, or you like the T20s? I mean, maybe being as a bowler, the T20s game.
I haven't played much T20 cricket. They did play a couple of rounds of it in Sydney Grade a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we didn't play great sides.
It's going to be swung away to the boundary. So Gab is really busy at the crease, right from the out. So that's exactly what the Aussies are looking for.
They have brought two rounds to cricket season, so we'll have to adapt to that.
So I believe you guys have a rest day tomorrow. So any plans to get it? I totally day tomorrow. So any plans to get it? I totally agree. Absolutely agree. I can't stand it myself. It's one of those games you've got to play a lot to be good at. But you've got to have the time to play it.
Yeah. Had all good intentions of playing more golf as I got older, but
it's a bigger ball, isn't it? About to hit.
No, I don't know what I'll do tomorrow. That'll be nice.
Yeah.
That'll be nice.
Yep.
Won't be answering the 6:30 breakfast call tomorrow.
Of course, sort of the New South Wales, players have button cricket.
Yeah, and some probably went to indoor cricket, but you generally find even indoor cricket's more of a specialist sport now. You find those guys now, and they play at the top level.
Mm.
They don't play a lot of outdoor cricket. So
do you ever dabble in the indoor stuff yourself?
Used to, but not anymore. Yeah. No, I sort of find it, especially on the hard turf wickets and that, and then slapping your front knee down on synthetic all winter. It's only going to shorten your career.
Big shout for LBW there. Kiwis are pretty confident in that one, but umpire had other ideas on that particular one. Looked like it was going down the leg. It's a totally different skill set, the indoor game, isn't it? The way, the way you bat and you hit into the side nets and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, like opening the face and hitting into the ground and high up on the net. Yeah.
It's a game, as you said, at the play, because not quite the carry, I reckon, today as what we saw earlier yesterday, but still bend you back to the maximum. Definitely for you guys yesterday, that thing would be different.
Yeah. Select the con. I've done a bit in sort of that middle power play.
He wins back and hits a 3 point. To figure in the 9th over. You play a detonator bowl before you get to the lower order?
Bad. More weeks they told me number 9 for helpful. Well, just go shopping. Yeah. Told me my mum thing. He was going shopping. So they realised I was
Gavin with the offside timing nicely. Man out. That cover fence can trim it back to 1. No doubt Steve Golan and Simon Waddington will play another big role with the ball for you boys.
Yeah.
Second session.
Yeah, and they'll be better for the run after yesterday. Watto's probably had a few more overs under the belt than Golly, because we've had the luxury of having a few state games on turf up at Gloucester a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
Whereas Golly's sort of basically coming off indoor net. So they'll be better for the run after yesterday.
It's again a nice bit of in-swing coming through there from Kelvin Scott. He was obviously bowling that end where you've got to protect that shorter boundary excuse me, towards the swing ball. So far hasn't dropped one short. Yeah, again, beautifully bowled Side edge there of Leith Dawes' bat. Just can't get himself going at the moment, can he?
Nah, credit to Kelvin, but he's put them in the right areas. And with Matt standing up.
Let's get a full length delivery. Dawes can't quite get the timing. If these two openers can get through their stint of 9 overs at around 3 and over, I reckon the Kiwis would be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you'd have to be happy with that. It's a good wicket. It's, that's it, run. It's
This time Dawes is going to finally open his account as he pushes out to mid-wicket, picks up a single. And that is the end of the 9th over, or 10 down, 2 for 34. Of course, earlier today we saw the wickets of Clint Kebley and Stephen Mace both run out. So Kebley was out for 6, Mace for 12. Dawes is 1. Richard Gabb is 11. Joined by Phil Melville, who'll no doubt head back over to the marquee shortly, join his troops.
Yeah, I'm going to do a lap, take some photos.
We move tomorrow to Chafee Park in Merbeen. I think you guys will get the second day there. That track has a lot of grass coverage.
Yep.
And back in the old days, it used to be very tennis ball and it's bounced, but it had a lot of sideways, so that might interest you somewhat. I would have thought.
Yeah, no, you got my ears pricked up.
Its outfield certainly is, retains quicker than this ground. There's no doubt about that.
They were working on it this morning when we drove to get here. So,
all right. So Richard Petrie up there. Didn't actually realise how tall he is. I saw him when they were doing the anthems. I remember watching him on the telly as a kid.
Yeah,
But he's a big unit, isn't he?
yes, he is. Yeah.
Oh, he's off the face of the bat through to the keeper. And another wicket for the Kiwis. Bit of a loosener, really, from Petrie.
A bit looser, that bit of extra bounce
Yeah.
that he brings from his height.
Yep. Dawes just couldn't quite control the ball. He was just trying to run it down to third man, I reckon, but just got into a position where he just wasn't confident to be able to control the shot. So, all of a sudden, the Aussies are at 3 for 34 in this 11th over. Might need to let you go and get your kit on and get the pads on ready to go. As we see Tony Clark coming out to the crease at number 5 here for the Aussies. And they're going to need something from these two, aren't they? Really get the score moving in the right direction.
Yeah, got plenty of experience here, 2 captains.
Yep.
They know what's required. It's execution now.
At this point of the game, the Kiwis would be pretty happy with their decision to win the toss and field first. They've exploited the track quite nicely in this first hour or so.
Yeah, this will be an interesting spell of bowling because Richard gets that extra bounce.
Yep.
He's always nibbling, generally away, and the odd one back in. So.
Just get up the ship here. As we see the man push down a deep third man. And we have one out on the deep cover boundary as well. Keeper's standing a fair way back, so that gives you an indication of the carry the ball's coming through.
Yeah. I've rarely seen Richard bowl with the keeper standing up, and that's purely just that extra bounce he generates.
Back and upright in defence, Clark, and pushes out to the offside. It's very smooth action, isn't it?
Yeah. Very economical, not very taxing on the body.
Short and pulled away nicely by Clark as it comes out towards the mid-wicket fence. They'll get through for 2. And nice bit of work by Mason out in the deep will restrict it to a couple. Clark opens his account.
Yeah, good work on the relay there between Potty and Adil.
No doubt we'll see a lot of that in operation with some of the bigger grounds going around just to look after the arms.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't see many veterans cricketers throwing 70 metres these days. And if they do, you need to check their birth certificate.
Beautifully timed by Clark on the front foot. Oh, and almost another run out of the non-strikers end. Richard Gabb just overcommitted himself. But, yeah, Clark's come out beautifully right from the ball 1 there. He's timing the ball nicely. This time, resolute in defence, a tighter line and length from Petrie. So moving forward from the Spirit of Cricket Festivale, I guess the boys are looking ahead to Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've got the Nationals.
Of course, yep.
First week in November from the 3rd to the 7th.
Newcastle this year?
Newcastle this year, yeah. They'll do a great job hosting that. The grounds will be good. The Premier grounds there are really good
Tracks
grounds.
are really good, aren't they?
Yeah, we held our New South Wales State Championships there last year in 23, and yeah, they were great. They were great decks, and the final will be on Newcastle No. 1 Sports Ground, which is a fantastic venue. Has in the past hosted Sheffield Shield games, but yeah, no, they'll do a good job. Been interesting.
Who's the team to beat, you think, in 2024? Queensland will be tough?
Yeah, Queensland will be tough.
Yeah.
Queensland will be tough, and the Vicks will be tough. It'll depend sort of, in a way it'll depend sort of how many have moved to the over 55s.
Yep.
How many will go to Canberra in December rather than play 50s.
Right, so we've got a bowling change. So the left armer Scott Mason into operation, and that's beautifully worked by Gabb once again. So Pierre Flavel's got a long chase down towards the road there. He'll retrieve it and they'll get back for 3. The Kiwis looking to maybe just take the pace off a little here.
Yeah, good mix. Good. You got left arm. Scotty bowls that slower pace, and then he's got a nice slower ball that comes out the back of the hand every now and then.
So the Aussies 3 for 39, and this is the 12th over. Nicely bowled by Mason. Clark just pushes it back into the offside. You'd expect these two to move pretty decently between the wickets too, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Gabby might have Clarkie covered for pace between wickets, but yeah, they'll keep it moving.
Running his fingers over the top of that
Yeah.
one, angles it down the
You
leg.
can see the wrist action
Yeah.
there, just the change and just the turn of the wrist. That's the one he bowls just slightly out the back of the hand.
As we look at the monitor there, no real signs of wear and tear on that track either. It's holding up pretty well, isn't it?
No.
Foolish ball. Clark Takes it down to mid-off.
It's interesting to hear the groundsman's been working on this ground for 32 years.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a fixture around town, there's no doubt about that. He's a unique character, as most curators are, I guess. But it's beautifully struck. We'll beat the man at mid-off. So there's definitely one and off. They'll get back for a second. Yeah, so this has been from training and Redback got across, and then it had a bit of a downturn for about half a dozen years where it was an absolute nightmare of a track.
Yep.
I remember one game playing here, I reckon, one of our bats got hit in the helmet, and then a guy got LB with one that rolled and hit him in the bottom of the bloody pad. So,
Okay.
But yeah, it's certainly back to where it was in its heyday in the 80s and 90s.
Did they relay it? Was that the...
I think they may have, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Kumiella Wentworth is the local club that uses both this ground and Det, George Gordon Oval and Det, and their upper grades, the first and the seconds play over there, and the lower grades actually use this ground.
Right. And what's the competition around here called?
Sunraysia Cricket Association.
Sunraysia Cricket,
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 divisions. We've had an influx of teams come in from the Redcliffe Association, which has gone into recess this year. So there's about 8 or 9 teams that have come in, predominantly through the lower grades.
Yep.
To pad that out a little bit. I think our 4th division now has got about 15 teams in it, which is
and that's
tough
teams from
fixture.
both sides of the border?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, you've got Coombe Wentworth here and Gol over the border,
Yep.
two New South Wales sides.
Yep.
And then this year we've got Oyen coming in, which is it's 100 k's heading towards Melbourne from Mildura. So there'll be some pretty decent road trips for a few this year. Right, so Petrie getting set for his second over. 3 for 41. Gab is 14. Clark is on 4. Certainly looking to get plenty of protection on that offside. Petrie still not quite satisfied with his field set at the moment. Gab is squeezed up. He gets the ball down to short third man. We saw Richard yesterday get a few to the leg on from this end of the deck, didn't we?
Yep.
Got a couple that cleared the boundary.
Yeah, slightly short of bounder on that side and wind assisted. Feels like the wind's picking up a bit, doesn't it?
You wouldn't expect that Petrie would necessarily drop short either, so he's probably going to need to find his runs on the offside. Gab advancing, not dealing with the extra bounce as it goes through to the keeper. A little bit agricultural, you might say. He's certainly targeting that leg side boundary. This time it's short, it's for a second. So as we saw yesterday, going at better than a runner ball. Run rate's currently 3.44. As you mentioned earlier, Phil, you want to be up around that 5 mark towards the back end of the innings.
Yeah. I mean, it's the run rate's okay at the moment. It's just that Wickets column.
Gab swinging the ball down the ground, beats the field. He'll pick up a couple. Once again, the Kiwis supporting the cut-off on the throw. See Matters comes to force Gab back into his crease.
Interesting.
Gab gets up and over the top of that one as he hits it out to backward point. Got a swear out there. I'll cut it to 1. The Grey Caps. Just looking to score at every opportunity, really, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very busy player. When when you're a right hand at the other end, it makes life difficult for bowlers.
Nicely bowled by Petrie. Harden into the deck. That is the end of 13 overs. 3 for 46. Gabb is 19. And Tony Clark is on 4. Early wickets today. Clint Kebley out for 6. He was run out. So too was Stephen Mace for 12. And then Dawes nicking one off to the keeper. First ball of Richard Petrie's spell. Just hold firm and not lose another wicket before we get to that first drinks break at 15.
Yeah. Go. Hold out for that drinks break and reassess and rebuild in that second power play.
So it's Scott Mason once again from the Wentworth Township end. He's been tight. He hasn't really given any width at all, has he, in his opening couple of overs? Yep. Once again scoring. So he tickles one around to leg, picks up a single. So with the second power play, it's 3 outside the ring, or is it 4? I'm trying to get my...
It's 4.
4
yes.
out, and then 5
so
after.
it goes 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Power play 1,
Yep.
2, 3. Yep. Slightly different rules to international ODI 50 over rules.
As a bowler in those later power plays, where do you generally like to have your men marshalled out in the deep? You obviously potentially have a mid-wicket and maybe a cover out in the boundary.
Yeah, generally. Cow corner, I suppose you'd say.
Yeah.
Then you got to think about, do I sacrifice fine leg and have a third man? And then the onus is on you, don't the bowl leg stump. So,
Yeah.
If bowling well, that's my preference, is to take the fine leg out and
Have you straight.
Bowls that 4th, 5th stump, and if they swing and it flies off the bat, it goes down to 3rd,
Yep.
and then and then you got that protection. So.
Nicely bowled, almost squeezed that one through. Clark there. And on a send 14, 3 for 47 Australia.
Great over that, just the one off.
He's bowled his 2 overs, none for 6. I think we do see a little bit more in the modern game that that fine leg is not necessarily the custodian position that it used to be back in the day.
Yeah, and whether that's because of what T20 cricket has brought, I think sort of all the power hitting is in front of it,
Yep.
isn't it?
Yep.
So it means bowlers have probably got to be more disciplined with their lines, and they've got to be looking at 4th stump, 5th stump, rather than when you're a young kid you got tail bowls straight and full. But
Yeah.
The faster game has changed the dynamic of cricket a lot.
Absolutely. Back with Richard Petrie once again. Capper's on the back foot and picking up a single on the offside. I guess that's the beauty of spending time in the middle yesterday. You know the conditions well. You feel you can be confident in your stroke play.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any demons in this wicket. And I think we'll do much the same all day. I can't see the ball starting to keep low this afternoon or anything like that. It's like it's had great preparation. So there's plenty of water in it. It'll hold out.
Obviously around the corner from Clark, but he'll find a single. Must a mirror image of yesterday at the same time. I think you boys are around about that 45-50 mark after 15. Cab just hitting over the top of it. Petrie throwing it back at the keeper. Full ball. It's swung away beautifully out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, attempted slower ball, went wrong there. Right in Gabby's hitting zone.
He's going to cash in on those, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Every single time.
Yeah. Don't miss out on those.
It's almost a
So
split finger or
yeah,
even a finger off.
You see the fingers split on the seam there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty good follow-up, isn't it, after the boundary? Still the ultimate competitor, isn't he, Richard?
Oh, yeah.
He's all about the spirit, but he's out there to win as well.
Yeah.
Oh, an inside edging that one, Gab. No run. And here's that our first drinks break. Australia 3 for 53 with Richard Gabb 25 not out. Tony Clark on 5. Phil, we might let you get back to the boys and enjoy a beverage. And thanks very much for jumping on the
Thanks
mic.
for having me on.
Good on you, Phil. That is Phil Melville from the Australian team joining us in the broadcast position here in this opening session of Game 2 of the Tri-Series here at McLeod Oval in Wentworth. This morning, we might take a short break and we'll get back to the live action for you shortly. All right, we're just about set to go in this second power play. Australia 3 for 53 after 15. Richard Gabb is 25. Tony Clark is on 5. It'll be Scott Mason to continue from that Wentworth Township end of the ground here at McLeod Oval. A few clouds out on the extremities. It pretty much blue skies all round once again. Once again, tight lines from Mason. As Clark looks to access a bit of real estate through the offside. Foolish ball, and Clark is hitting out nicely towards deep mid-wicket for a single. So that run rate currently around 3.5 per over. As we heard Phil Melville say a little earlier in the coverage, I'll be wanting to be up somewhere around the high 4s or even 5s towards the back end of that third and final power play. Skipper Adil Solani is just working through his field placings. Gabb again rocking back and trying to hit the ball through backward point. Lots of protection on the off for Gabb. Scored the bulk of his runs through that region, and certainly yesterday he was busy through the offside. Now they're going to put a deep third man into operation. Looking at a single, but that's going to be called blind by the umpire as it headed down the leg side. Extras tally is currently at 5, which is pretty decent so far from the Kiwis. Gabb again getting back, but they've got men there at point and backward point trying to play. He's been cashing in. Foolish ball, and Gabb is swinging beautifully down the leg side, and that will get to the boundary for 4. Just an error in judgment there from Scotty Mason. And Richard Gabb cashing in, moves now to 29. And the score is 3 for 59. So you watch it back once again. It was just full and angling down the leg side. Gabb got into great position early. This time it's a little shorter as Gabb is on the back foot, trying to work it through point. And that is the end of the over. So 16 gone. Australia 3 for 59. Richard Gabb is 29. Tony Clark is 6. Wickets to 4. So Clint Kebley was run out for 6. Stephen Mace run out for 12. And Leith Dawes caught Everest Bowl Petrie for 1. Scott Mason and Richard Petrie holding down the New Zealand attack at the moment. Petrie 3 overs, 1 for 13. Mason has bowled 3 overs, no maiden, none for 12. Still the Kiwis at this stage with the deep third man, the deep extra cover. Clark is shuffling across his stumps and hitting down towards fine leg. We'll get back for a couple. Takes his score to 8 and the tally 3-4-61. The Aussies batted first yesterday against Australia A, finishing up with 5 for 223 in their 45 overs. Ended up winning by 12 runs in the end. Australia A finishing at 9 for 211. Clark times that one beautifully again. Through mid-on. It's going to be a long throw in from there. The Kiwis will get in for the cut-off. Comfortable 3, so Clark has got himself going nicely after the drinks break. As the wind continues to pick up here at McLeod Oval in Wentworth. Petrie, a foolish ball, and Gabbers swinging it down the ground beautifully. Makes it look so effortless, just timing it down the ground for 4. So all of a sudden, Aussies are starting to get a handle on Richard Petrie. Just a free flowing swing of the bat. You can see Petrie throw his head back there. And the Aussies have now got their run rate up around 4 runs and over. This time Petrie digging the ball in a little shorter. Gab has to move back onto the back foot, defend into the offside. So 3 for 68, the Aussies. Nice tight lines this time from Petrie. Closing up Gab, who knocks out to the offside. So we've had 9 runs off this over. Petrie will be keen to tighten right up here. Just angling down the leg side, and Gab's working it away nicely once again. Ball heads out towards backward square boundary. They'll pick up a couple. That's the end of the 17th over Australia. 3 for 70. Gab is 35. Tony Clark is 11. And one of the best overs of the innings so far for the green and gold. As you can see the Manhattan there. 11 runs from it, so Petrie 4 overs 1 for 24 now. So it'll be interesting to see whether skipper Adil Solani will look to make a change. Scott Mason's going to continue. 3 overs, no maiden, none for 12. Foolish ball, and Clark is looking to advance down the ground. Quite get the timing right on that one. That one just staying down a fraction for Mason. Was well handled though by Clark as he tries to run it down to third man. Kiwis have some pretty decent protection there. Foolish ball for Mason. And Clark plays it back to the bowler. Steady start for the Kiwis. Clark looking to work that one down to fine leg. They opened up with Damien Grant and Kelvin Scott. Both bowlers going at around 3.5, 4 runs and over. Mason's doing a really good job here. Started his second power play. Once again, right on the money. Once again, Mason continues to work to that plan of tightening up Clark. Gets through another over. That's the end of his fourth. He has none for 12. Australia are 3 for 70 after 18 overs. Richard Gabb is 35 not out. Tony Clark 11. This is the second Tri-Series game. It's part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Australia having a win first up yesterday at this same venue by 12 runs over Australia Ray. And then from today we move on to Merbeen, Chafey Park. It'll be New Zealand taking on Australia Ray. And second game at Chafey Park sees Australia and Australia Ray back in action once again. So it looks like we may well have a change here. Darren Sears is the new man. Skipper Adil Solani just keen to try up the run rate a little bit from this promoter end of the ground. Petrie going at 6s through his 4 over stint. Left arm spinner who burst onto the international scene. 4 for 25 against the Aussies in the 2022 Tri-Series. Very tidy in the field and scored a double century at club level a few seasons ago as well. So he'll be one to watch in the second session of play. Ball angled down the leg side, and Gavel hustle through for the single. Continues to be busy. Richard Gabb, 35 from 28 deliveries. Certainly has spent some time out in the middle here at McLeod Oval over the past couple of days. He's going around the wicket to the right-handed Clark. Advancing is Clark, and he hits the ball down towards mid-wicket, picks up a single. So New Zealand looking to just hustle through some overs here. This second power play. Gav again, freely down the ground, well fielded. We'll pick up the single. So Gab looking to follow on his half century for Australia Ray yesterday. Finished with 53. He's currently 37, not out. Clark rocks back. Ball goes through to the keeper. The Wentworth doctor starting to whistle through here. The broadcast. Here's again. Outside the off stump, Clark runs it out into the cover. So that's the end of the 19th over. Australia 3 for 74. Gab is 37. Clark is 13. 26 overs remaining is the scorecard. Dismissals earlier this morning. Keble was run out for 6. Mace for 12. And Leith Dawes, the last man out, caught Everest bowled Petrie for 1. Drilled here. See, Aussies look to elevate their run rate. Clark this time is heaving to the leg side and brings up a boundary, beautifully timed. Taking on that shorter boundary. Here the swimming pool. Dragging the ball from outside the off stump, but certainly timed it to perfection. As we're back to live action. And the ball from Clark just goes out onto the onside. Back of a length this time for Mason. Clark tucks up in defence. A bit quicker through the air that time from Mason. Aussie's current run rate will see them at around 180, the end of their 45 overs. Once again, beautifully bowled by Mason. Clark, no option really, other than just push it back in defence. Clark running down towards third man. Get through for 2. He'll take his score to 19. Australia 3 for 8. So that run rate at a neat 4 runs per over. Mason now 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. Darren Sears also in operation. After that early flurry of wickets, the Aussies have just consolidated here, getting a decent partnership together between Gab and Clark. Sears has a man at deep backward square, also has cover out on the boundary. As Gab swings, and he's adjudicated to be LBW by the umpire as he tried to take it from outside the off stump. So, great reward for Darren Sears. We'll get a chance to have a look at a replay of that one. I'm not sure that Richard's overly thrilled by the decision. Good stump bowling from Sears. And he picks up a very important wicket. Gab has been the man that's really looked to take the game on. And he departs for 37. Score now is 4 for 80. This is the 21st over. So the Aussies will once again need to go into a bit of a rebuilding phase as Timmy Hazeman comes out to the middle. He was another one of the key contributors in that first session yesterday. His partnership with Andrew Kratzman pushing Australia up to that tally of 5 for 223. He finished with 38 himself. He's got plenty of time to get set here. Just to tick under 25 overs remaining in this first innings. As we see the cloud cover start to build up a little around the ground now. Tops of 22 degrees expected locally, currently 18.8. Quite the warmth in the sun that we enjoyed yesterday. We're ahead with the forecast though. Set up 26 on Monday, 29 Tuesdays. He's warming up again. So Tim Hazeman takes his guard. Continue to play that sheet anchor role here. Bat through the remaining 4.5. The two right-handers for the Aussies. Sears will elect to come around the wicket.
Hey, Kratzy. How you going, mate? Good. How'd you pull up? Yeah? Yeah, I'm a bit sore in running there, a little bit sore in the hands as well. I'm not going to cheat, mate. I cheated last night and did sort of cold shower.
Hazeman straight into his work, getting on the back foot and pushing out to the man at the deep point boundary. Nicely bowled by Sears as Clark is compact in defence. Taken down the leg side by Clark. Should get back for 2. So he takes his score to 21. Australia 4 for 83 in this, the 21st over. Foolish delivery as Clark looks to hit the ball down the ground. Kiwis have got that ring field in operation, so there's no chance of a run there. Short and down the leg side. Play by Clark. Again, the longish outfield, we'll see it just pull up inside the boundary line. And they'll get back for 2. So at the end of the 21st over, Australia are 4 for 85. Tony Clark is 23. Tim Hazeman is 1. He is now 1 for 9 through his 2 overs. As we see the key partnerships. Gabba really building something there in the middle. And once again, the Aussies will look to just reset and continue to build into that third power play. So Mason's got through 5. We might just see a change here. So we've got a few stats coming in from the Grey Caps. Tony Clark now 4th equal in terms of most over 50 internationals played. So Richard Petrie also joins Adrian Dale and Mason Robinson as the most capped New Zealanders with 21. Looks like it's going to be the skipper, Adil Samani. He'll come in from that Wentworth Township round. And Dylan enjoying a good run here with the pace coming off the ball. Crafty leg spinner Samani has been a wicket taker of note through a lot of his veterans cricket career. Be interesting to see if he can get any purchase from this McLeod Oval service. We expect he'll get a bit of extra bounce. Drops that one down short. Was played out into the offside by Hazeman for a single. Breeze is a little bit fluky today, swirling around as it did yesterday. Smarty again dragging that one down short. Clark can't take advantage though. A couple of traditional looseners from the New Zealand skipper as he warms into his work. One again short and outside the off stump. Kiwi's managed to prevent the single in the field. That our keeper, Matt Everest, will play a key role here too. Potential of a stumping. That one's looped up a little bit better. These will pick up a single. That goes to 24. Hazeman has 2. It's 4 for 87 in the 22nd over. And the short one is taken to leg there by Tim Hazeman. Kiwis have got him out the single. Just the 3 runs from it so far for Samani, but just hasn't quite got them coming out the way he would like. This one again is tucking up Clark, but he's able to push it through the offside, not single. So 4 off that first over from Adil Samani. It's 4 for 89 Australia. Tony Clark is 25, Tim Hazeman is 3. Earlier today, Caballé was run out for 6, Mace run out for 12. Leith Dawes was caught Everest bowled Petrie for 1. And Richard Gabb was LBW to Darren Sears for 37. Still working through this second power play. The Grey Caps. Sears up and about as he pushes that one just outside the off stump. As we see the wind lay claim to an umbrella out in the outfield. One of the spectators having to put a chase in for it. Holding his pace back a little there, Sears, as they get through for the single.
For 4 of 22.2.
Full ball and Hazeman leans into it, but once again New Zealand have got the men in the deep, protecting the boundary on the onside, so just the single. Limited quarters are wide. Nicely taken though by keeper Matt Everest. He's just backing, heads back in defence, pushes back to the bowler. Once Again, there'll be runs on the leg side as the Aussies advance to 4 for 93 in this 23rd over. The Flyers are starting to really become a little more friendly here. The McLeod Oval. Haseman leading, edges one out into the onside. Full safely. Into the 23rd over. Australia are 4 for 93. Tony Clark is 27. Tim Haseman is 4. And it's been a really decent job from New Zealand over the last half a dozen overs, as you can see on the Manhattan there, keeping the run rate around that 4 runs per over mark. You should become Janet around 180 or 190 on what we saw here yesterday. So Samani resumes with his leg spinners from the Wentworth Township end. Clark is heading onto the back foot and pushing through the offside for a single. Foolish ball, pushed out to the offside. Some tidy fielding too from the skipper, trying to get after that ball himself. Short outside the off stump, and Haseman hits it out into the deep, picks up a single. Nicely bowled by Samani there. And you drop onto a nice line and length. The foolish length delivery. Clark takes it down the ground. And that one will end up as a boundary. As we mentioned yesterday, that Wentworth Township end of the ground is a fraction downhill, and certainly once the ball gets along the ground there, it does tend to run away. Good extension there of the front leg by Clark as he got out. Just to time beautifully. So he moves to 32, Australia 4 for 99. Full ball, and Clark is playing this one down to long off for a single. So that's the end of 24 overs. Australia bring up the 100. They are 4 for 100. Tony Clark on 33. Tim Haseman is 5. Smarty's bowled 2 overs, done for 11. Darren Sears also into the attack at the moment. 3 overs, 1 for 13. Gradual progression for the Worm there. The Aussies maintain that run rate of around 4 per over since drinks break. To continue building here, this partnership key, you'd think, between Clark and Haseman. Full ball, and Clark gets down the pitch, times it well. I'll pick up a couple. Clark really starting to open up now. Trying to make the most of this second power play. Once again going down the ground. Good running by the Australians. Picking up 2. Once again, Clark. So we can have a look through some of the top run scorers, and Tony Clark is high up on the list in 3rd place. 550 runs at 32.35. 3 half centuries, and he's well set to chalk up another one here this morning. So wait on Sears once again. Tightens him up nicely there. Stephen Mace leads the stack comfortably as far as his own runs, averaging in the mid-60s. Andrew Kratzman also among them, alongside of Leif Dawes and Richard Gabb. So plenty of the Aussie men dominating the run-scoring charts in action here this morning. As Clark ticks over another single out into the offside, he moves to 38. Scores 4 for 105. Little pace off that time from Sears, but Hazeman's up to the challenge as he hits the ball down towards mid-off. Picks up another single. So 6 runs off this over so far. It's been a pretty decent one for the Aussies as they look to continue to build that run rate. The fuller ball drags Clark out of his crease, but won't score. And that's the end of 25. 4 for 106 Australia. After the Kiwis won the toss and elected to field. Clark is 38, Hazeman is 6. Earlier today, Kebley run out for 6. Mace run out for 12. Leith Dawes caught Everest, bowled Petrie for 1. And Richard Gabb, LBW Sears for 37.
106 off 20, 25. No, let's shout.
So it's Solani once again. That's a full ball. Hazeman looks to cash in on the onside. But again, they do have the man out there at deep mid-wicket. Shorter boundary on that leg side. Skipper will be careful. He wouldn't want to bowl too many full balls to allow an opportunity for a maximum. He's got the direction right this time as it's full and out off stump. Clark just works it through the offside. Picks up a single. Building nicely, the Aussie skipper, as he approaches a half century. Hazeman back and across and looking to score there on the offside. Hazeman this time down the ground, beats the bowler. They'll pick up a single. It's 4 for 109. And it's the 26th over. Aussie currently lying off a target around 180 to 200. Clark is forced back and unable to score through the offside. Once again, Samani hitting the right spots. And that's the end of the 26th over. 4 for 109 Australia. Tony Clark is on 39. Tim Hazeman is 8. Samani's bowled 3 overs. No made, none for 14. Sears has 1 for 19 from his 4 overs. And he will continue from the promoter end here at the McLeod Oval. As I mentioned earlier, we move back across the border to Victoria tomorrow and Chafee Park in Moorbeen for game 3 of this tri-series. It will be Australia Ray taking on the Grey Caps. And the New Zealand boys had a chance to warm up in Moorbeen yesterday, so familiar themselves with 3. Sears this time goes through the offside. Mostly played by Hazeman. into his 5th over. He'll be looking to probably get his 9th through on the bounce here. Full ball, and Clark is only able to push it back to the bowler.
She didn't even know. She got an invite, but she didn't go because she was the leading goal scorer as well. And last year they got 20. This year they decided not to.
Clark defending. There was some initial interest in a single from Hazeman, but he was sent back by his skipper. Clark swings to leg this time. Got 2. Man scored a 41. 4 for 112. So that run rate still hovering around the 4.5 runs and over mark. Once again, Sears tidy line and length and actively seeking to retrieve the ball as well, just put the extra little bit of pressure on Clark, who was considering the single. With Tony Clark on 41. Tim Hazeman not out on 9. Partnership is up to 32 in pretty significant fashion too. Hazeman's come to the crease, been busy. So we'll be due a second drinks break at the 30 over mark. And then move into our 3rd and final power play. New Zealand able to get more men out side of the fielding restriction circle. So the grey cap skipper once more on the full length delivery, which Tim Hazeman hops into and times beautifully down the ground. And it is going to run away for 4. Hazeman advancing. Some good footwork, taking advantage of that full delivery from Samani. He's up to 13, 4 for 116. Saw it early, Hazeman, and managed to get good connection. As we return to live play, and a wicket. Hazeman will depart. I was busy caught out watching the replay. I'm thinking it was LBW. I didn't. Caught by the keeper. Matt Everest doing the job up at the stumps once again. So once more, New Zealand able to take those regular wickets to stymie those Aussie partnerships, just as they look like they're really building something there. So Hazeman out for 13. Score is 5 for 116 in this the 28th over. As the new man to the crease is Simon Waddington. Once again, Clark will look to just settle things down here as we advance towards the second drinks break. It certainly is the key from here on in. Is to try and bat through the remainder of this innings to ensure that Australia can be up around that 180 to 200 run mark. So the players just taking the opportunity for a bit of refreshment as well, the change of wicket. Waddington, what about need a contribution this morning, the Aussies? Solani's got things going now after a bit of a shaky start. Waddington advances. Quite time it. New Zealand certainly holding the upper hand. This first session so far. It's Waddington this time squirts one out on the offside. Pick up a single and open his account.
117 off 27.5.
5 for 117 as we almost get through the end of 28 overs here at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth. Clark will pick up another single down the ground to long to trade. Australia 5 for 118. Clark is 42. Waddington 1. Samani 1 for 20 now from his 4 overs. Been a pretty even spread as far as the New Zealand bowling rotation is concerned, so most operators have still got overs in the bank. They can come back later on in this innings as we get through into the third power play. Sears, though, is now going to move into his 6th over, so he may well be looking to get through his 9 in a row. Nicely timed again by Clark as he knocks it down the ground for a single. Waddington got through quickly for the first. Can just set. Current run rate would see Australia end with around 190 from their 45 overs. They'll no doubt look to up the tempo. Waddington is playing off the back foot and down the ground. Can't beat the field. Waddington advancing. Again, the Kiwis really got a good field set at the moment. Australians finding it hard to turn the strike over. So he's out to the leg side, Waddington. He'll pick up a couple. Score advances to 5 for 121 as we spoke to Phil Melville about earlier. This surface in the outfield is pretty lush and green, so the ball, as was in evidence yesterday, stays in really good condition over the full 45. Likes to hustle his way through the overs. Certainly taking that angle away by coming around the wicket to the right-handed batsman. Quicker delivery. Pulled into the pitch. Ball goes out to deep mid-wicket for a single. So Waddington, Clark is on 43. And it's 5 for 122. The completion of 29 overs. So one more to go and we'll take a drink. Aussie's desperate not to lose another wicket here.
Samani's still bowling.
Will be the New Zealand skipper, Adil Solani. We'll complete the second power play here. He's making some adjustments to his field. 2 men out on the onside. Nicely bowled. Wellington getting over the top of it though and defend mid on.
Yes, it is. One over before.
Yeah, no, couldn't hang on.
Just one big ball.
Yeah, I think he's quick.
Ball and wide outside the off stump. Waddington again heading out into the deep, picks up the single. Boundaries have certainly dried up in this second power play for the Aussies to continue to rebuild. Ball down the leg side. Umpire will call wide. Solani not that thrilled about it. He was thinking it was maybe spinning back from leg to off to maybe clip that leg stump. Looking to work the gap through there on the offside. This time he's turning it around the corner onto the onside. But this time he's across and over the top of it on the offside for another run. One more delivery. The boys can enjoy some more drinks here. This first session, the second tri-series game between Australia and New Zealand. As Waddington tries to push it over on the offs there, but can't make connection. That's the end of the 30th over. It's Australia 5 for 125. Tony Clark on 44 and Simon Waddington on 5. As we take a brief break, we'll be back with a live action shortly. just about set to go after the drinks break. New Zealand winning the toss, electing to bowl, and so far so good for the Grey Caps. Australia 5 for 125 from 30. Tony Clark is currently 44 not out. Simon Waddington is 5. So important transition now for the Australians. They'll look to continue to build upon that run rate. So the last 10 overs or so, New Zealand have really tightened the screws. It's the Aussies knock it down the ground through Tony Clark. As Sears continues to push through into his 7th over now. On the leg side, and Waddington getting underneath it, hitting the ball out towards deep backward square, picks up the single.
Oh, 127.
Clark looking to advance the ball down the ground. Once again, the Kiwis able to cut it off.
At least they're doing it, right?
Swinging the ball down towards backward square. They'll pick up a couple. So Clark is 47, Waddington is 6. 5 for 129 Australia. Clark closing in on a half century here. Managed to really dig deep when his team needed it the most. Simon Waddington is 6. A great display by Matt Evans behind the stumps. It's the 7 wides under his column. A very tidy effort indeed. So Solani will continue. It's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 23. Waddington gets over the top of it, but can't beat the field offside. Waddington advances, but hitting across the line. New Zealand skipper's really found his groove in the last couple of overs. Short outside the off stump. They will get a single, bit of hesitation initially. Waddington's got to go. Big man stretches out and gets home. Quickly checks back to his skipper at the other end, making sure everything's okay. Foolish ball, and Clark goes the long route over mid-wicket, and it will be a maximum. And that'll bring up his 50 as well, so a pretty decent way to do it from the Australian captain as he goes to 53. And the Australians now 5 for 136. Clark backing himself in there on the shorter leg side boundary. Samani this time, quarters full on his length. Clark going at tick under 70 runs per 100 balls. down the leg side. Must have brushed the pad. Umpire hasn't called a wide, so maybe the Kiwi skipper getting away with one there. Into the 32nd over, 5 for 136. Tony Clark 53, Simon Waddington 7. 7 off that Samani over. He now has figures of 6 overs, no maiden 1 for 30. So it'll be interesting to see what Grey Caps will do with their bowling rotations here as we move into the back end of this innings. Sears is going to continue, 7 overs, 1 for 30. Again, pushing that one through a little quicker to Wadding. I think by that it. Waddington advancing this time. He'll hit the ball out towards the onside. He'll pick up a single. Nicely bowled by Sears. Clark just defends back to the bowler. Bit of a quicker ball that time from Sears, but Clark up to the challenge as he pushes out to the offside for another single. Nicely worked on the onside by Waddington. Once again, the Kiwis on the ring, very active. And just single. So 3 runs off this over so far from Sears. Continues to go to round 4 and over. And once again, some good fielding from the New Zealanders, restricting any chance of a run there. As we complete 33 overs, Australia 5 for 139. Clark is 54. Waddington is 9. The Kiwis won the toss, elected to field today. Early dismissals, Keblo was run out for 6. Mace run out for 12. Leith Dawes caught Everest bowled Petrie for 1. Richard Gabb, LBW, Sears 37. And Tim Hazeman caught Everest bowled Samani for 13.
139. 33.
Kiwis are going to swing a change. And that's Wentworth Township end of the ground. Kelvin Scott will resume. Opened up earlier this morning. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. So once we get up the starting here for the Aussies, 23 between Clark and Waddington. Kiwis just making some adjustments to their field. Both their long off and long on out on the boundary. There's a deep extra cover. It's also a man at cow corner. Still got plenty of protection in and around the ring though as well. Short and into the pitch, and Waddington working it around the corner will pick up a single. Five for 140, the Aussies. 11.5 overs remaining. Still be going off that target of around 200, I'd reckon. As we wait now for Kelvin Scott. Just tucking up Clark, who's able to work it around the corner. And they might get three here because no one down at deep fine leg, so comfortably picking up the trifecta as Waddington certainly ran that first one hard to enable a good result for his skipper. So Clark is 57, Waddington is 10. Scott just taking a little bit of time just to warm back into his duties here. Again short and into the pitch, and Waddington is hitting out towards the man there at deep mid-wicket. Gets to him on the bounce. We get a nice old bit of dust blowing across the McLeod Oval from the car park. I'm sure the players will enjoy that too much. See Bob Scott just tucking up Clark, but he's able again to work it around the corner. And they'll certainly look for two as Pierre Flavel gets in behind that one. It's off the pad, says the umpire too, so leg buys. 5 for 146.
Gentlemen, Clint, excuse me.
Partnership up around 30 now.
You know better.
Full ball outside the off stump. Clark able to beat the bowler. And he'll be able to amble through for another single. Certainly has set the platform, the Aussie skipper. He's starting to look to really launch the back end of this third power play. Waddington tries to turn it around the corner. Peel from behind the stunts by Matty Everest. And that's the end of the 34th over. 5 for 147 Australia. Tony Clark is 58. And Simon Waddington is 11. So continually looking to push that worm North Aussies. And right now out to 4.32 runs per over. As Sears will finish up his stint here into his 9th over. 1 for 33. Been very tidy through this mid part of the innings. Certainly controlled the tempo. Hasn't allowed the Aussies to really get on top of him.
Was it 116? One before that was it 80?
Yeah, got that one.
3 was it 34?
Clark ticking over once again, another single.
Dot 1.
Sears giving no real opportunities, any extra width. This one is well pitched outside the off stump. Waddington can push back, get the ball out towards deep cover for another single. Certainly been able to keep the boundaries at bay so far, New Zealand. As Clark just checks his shot. Change of pace again from Sears. This one's short and Worked away out into the onside. We'll go for 4. It's a short arm jab there from the Aussie skipper. Timed it beautifully. And just when Sears was really starting to tighten things up. That counters with a metre boundary for the green and gold. Just dragged that one down a bit, didn't he, Sears? And Clark certainly didn't miss out. Moves to 63 now. Moving back and across, looking to try and find a gap on the onside. And Sears has completed his 9 over spell. 9 overs, no maiden, 1 for 39. Australia are 5 for 153 in the 35th over. Clark is 63, Waddington is 12. So Kelvin Scott will continue from that Wentworth Township end. The partnership advances now to 37 from 46 deliveries. New Zealand desperate for another breakthrough here. So wind picks up once again here at McLeod Oval in Wentworth. Certainly not the warmth we enjoyed yesterday. As the Kiwis continue to just manipulate the field. Down the ground by Waddington to long on for a single.
One to Waddington.
Clark watchful once again in defence. He's 63, Waddington is 13, 5 for 154. Pushed out into the offside. They'll entertain a second here. They'll get back. They're running by Clark and Waddington. Aussie skipper now 65, 5 for 156. Clark beating the bowler as he hits back down the ground. That's another one to the total. Waddington this time looking to try and beat the man there at mid-off. Piece of work from Pierre Flavel. Waddington's skying the ball high. Picks up the single. So that's the end of the over from Scott. Australia a 5 for 158. Clark 66, Waddington is 14. So we expect to see another change here from the promoter end. Now that Sears has moved through his 9 over journey. See what the Kiwi skipper will elect here. Still has overs up his sleeve from Grant, Petrie and Mason. And he's elected to go completely against the copybook, and he's going to get the ball into the hands of Scott McCarty. So always a tough time to start up as a bowler when we're deep into the third power play. Batsman reasonably well set. As the Aussie skipper just takes a quick drink, changes over his gloves. Approaching around 12:30 local time here in Wentworth. Second tri-series fixture, of course, 45 over format, maximum of 9 overs per bowler. We have the 3 power plays. This current third power play, the Kiwis can have 5 fieldsmen outside of the restrictive circle. They have generally continued to ring things up, not worrying about using their full quota outside of the 30-metre arc. So Waddington will face up now as McCarty comes in from the Pomona end. And up in the air he goes down the ground. He'll pick up a single. McCarty will just take a little time here to settle into his routine. Nice shaping from leg to off, but beautifully timed there by Clark. So he hits it down the ground a long on, picks up 2 runs. Goes to 68, Australia 5 for 161. We're going to try and push that run rate above the 4.5 per over mark. McCarty. A bit of extra pace onto that one, but he manages to drag the ball down and across outside the off stump. Clark very sound in defence there as he looks to push out into the offside. Keeping that off stump line, but just going a fraction wide at that time as it's worked away by Clark as he continues to tick things along, the Aussie skipper. Another wide delivery from McCarty. Called by the umpire, just going for that extra little bit of pace. This time Waddington works the gap into the offside, picks up another single.
I'm the lunch lady today.
So 7 off this opening over from Scott McCarty. So good result for the Australians. As Clark looks to open up down the ground. And there'll be no run there. So at the end of 37, Australia 5 for 165. Tony Clark is 69 not out. Simon Waddington is 16. Stephen Mace was the first man out this morning. He was run out for 12. Clint Kebley was the next man to follow. He was also run out. for 6. Leith Dawes caught Everest bowled Petrie for 1. Richard Gabb, LBW Sears 37. And Tim Hazeman caught Everest bowled Samani for 13. This partnership now 49 from 58. As the Aussies continue to really build towards the back end of this power play, the third and final. As Scott Mason returns from that Wentworth Township end of the ground. Still has 4 overs up his sleeve here, so skipper Samani may look for him to play a big role the next 10-15 minutes. Straight onto a decent spot too outside the off stump.
Hi there, how are you? Good. Oh, are you enjoying Mildura?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
Yeah, good. Enjoying the cricket?
yeah, that's what I come up for.
Yeah. Are you enjoying the cricket?
Full length delivery is worked down the ground by Waddington.
She says, where
Picks up the single.
do you want to go for holiday? Whatever you want to do. She says, oh, let's go. Good. Yeah, I saw it a couple of months ago on Facebook.
And that does bring up the 50 partnership between these two. Coming a good clip too, just off 60 balls. And he has got the Aussies back on track. As Clark has pushed back in defence.
Yeah, bed's good. Oh, are they? Yeah.
Close to the bed, the bed's all right, and the shower's all right, and we're not there during the day.
So the rooms are a dump, are they?
Mason into his 6th over is currently going at none for 19.
So we're there for 5 nights.
Just runs his fingers over the top of this one as it's worked away into the onside by Clark. Picks up another single. He goes to 70. So 5 for 167 Australia. Nicely bowled by Mason, just tightening things up on Waddington, who was looking to try and work that one down to the third man region. Just crammed you up for room a little. Full ball is swung away by Waddington. Once again, the Kiwis had their men deployed in exactly the right positions, as that will generate just the single. So at the end of 38 overs, Australia are 5 for 168. Clark now 70. Waddington is 18 from 31. We have 7 overs remaining here. So the Aussies are currently on track for around 200, this current run rate. 199. Still wickets in the shed though, so maybe Waddington will start to cut loose shortly as he defends this one. And a short third man will pick up the single. McCarty looking to do a real job here at the death for the Grey Caps. And that is with a coat of varnish, just missed the stumps. McCarty can't believe his fortune there. Clark will turn and come back for a second. Gee, there wasn't much in that. Oh, again, rolling to the right zones, Scott McCarty. Clark just getting himself caught up there on the crease. And able to work that one away to advantage. As he backs away and looks to give himself some room through the offside, but McCarty just pushed it that fraction wider outside of stump and through to the keeper. Trying to push it back past the bowler. They will get through for the single. Waddington backing up. Well for his skipper there. It's 5 for 172. Almost through this 39th over now, so Australians will be really looking to get things rolling here. Waddington once again cramped for room. He's able to push it into the onside, and they will get back for a second here. This throw goes into the keeper. Everest makes a pretty decent attempt there to retrieve that one in from the deep. And that's the end of the over. So Australia now 5 for 174. Clark is 73. Waddington is 22. And this partnership now 58 from 70 deliveries. So as we saw yesterday, the Australians getting off to a slow start again, but managing to build through the midsection of the innings. And while they might not quite be on track for the 223 of yesterday, I'd like to think the 200 is definitely attainable.
And we've got another SM sitting on the sideline that hasn't playing yet.
So it's Scotty Mason to continue. Trying to angle across the right-handed Clark, who manages to turn it around into the onside for another single.
You're injured? Someone's on the knee?
It's one of the grey cap boys has just remained down after making that attempt in the field. Maybe a bit of cramp. Physios will get out there and keep a close eye on proceedings, but it looks like he's going to be okay. And Pierre Flavel out there, he's just feeling a little sore and sorry for himself. Big appeal. Umpire's having nothing to do with it. Did look like it was angling down the leg side. Waddington advancing. And a direct hit is an absolute beauty. It's at Robbie Frew, who's done a great bit of work there as the ball was just knocked into the offside. And a third run out of the innings. Kiwis have been exceptional in the outfield this first session. And that is the end for the Aussie skipper, who will finish on 74. So a disappointing way to finish up, but he has been the backbone of this innings to see his team through to a competitive total here. And will receive a good reception from his teammates as he comes from the ground. So 74 from 103 deliveries, including 3 boundaries and 1 maximum, striking at 71.8. As we see Craig Trindle, the opening bowler for the Aussies, now coming to the crease. And he'll look to get things moving and get on with the job straight away.
There's that much liquid going in. It's got to come out at some stage.
You don't need anything?
I was going to say, don't need help.
Still down there. I had too many
Partnership was 59, 73 deliveries. Certainly set the platform here. Let's see if some of the middle to lower order batsmen in green and gold can continue the momentum here. Trindle will get his first look here. Scott Mason. Let's have a look at the field. He's got a man deep at long on. He's also got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. And Trindle is elevated high. It's out towards the boundary. And it will clear the rope and goes for 6. So perfect start from Craig Trindle. Straight down to work there as he got one in exactly the right spot. And as we've seen over the past couple of days, batsmen have really looked to cash in on that shorter square boundary. It was beautifully timed. Got into position really well. So we get notification of Tony Clark's 74 being his highest score in 050 ODIs. As Trindle goes bang bang and hits a second consecutive maximum, so all of a sudden the Aussies are really starting to roll here at 6 for 187. Mason now needs to revisit his strategy a little. To get some words of inspo from his skipper, Adil Solani. Will he go 3 on the bounce here? Trindle, let's see what he's got for us. This time he's just nonchalantly running it down to third man. He'll pick up a couple, they'll look at a third, and they will get back to. As the throw is intercepted, it'll go down to the non-strikers end. So Trindle, 15 from 3. What an impact he's made. As we get through the end of the 40th over, it's Australia 6 for 190. Waddington 21, Trindle 15. The Aussies now up to 4.75 runs per over. Have another decent over like that. They might be back up around that 220 territory again, as what we saw yesterday. 17 from that last Scott Mason over. So we may well see another change again from that Wentworth Township end. So Scott McCarty now. Following to the man with a plan, it would appear at the moment, Craig Trindle. He's got a bigger boundary to clear on this clubhouse side of the ground. Again, just casually lays it down to short third man, picks up the single, rotates the strike. 6 for 191. This is the 41st over. Wellington hitting through the offside. Picks up another single. Good bit of work by the Kiwis out on the ring there as well. Would appear that the big fast bowlers decided to leave the box at home here, which is quite an interesting turn of events. It's only taken him 4 deliveries to work that out. Certainly had no impact on his opening couple of deliveries. So reinforcements coming out for Craig Trindle. Not sure what sort of fine system the Aussie boys have in play, but he may well be coughing up a little in the rooms after the game tonight.
Most 50s without 100.
Stats coming through thick and fast. Trindle's got some real estate to work with on the onside there. They'll push hard, look for two. As ball comes in from Petrie. It's a pretty decent throw, but two more for Trindle. So he's now 18. Waddington 22. 6 for 194. Trindle again, turning it over. Picks up a single there to the man at long off. Interesting to see if we get Richard Petrie back into the attack here at the back end of this innings. McCarty closing up Waddington nicely there. Back over length ball into the pitch. So 4 overs remaining after this delivery. Aussies at 6 for 195. Waddington opens up, gets the ball down on the bounce to the man at long off. Beautifully timed. Picks up another single, so the Aussie 6 for 196 through 41 completed overs. Waddington 23, Trindle is 19 from 6. Strike rate of 316. See that Manhattan there in the 40th over, right off the charts. Interesting to see if we will have a change from this
I think we will. Yeah, Damien Grant coming back
Wentworth Township end.
on the other end.
Looks like another one of our opening bowlers will return to active duties. Damien Grant, who opened up with 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Very tidy start from him. He's returning back to the crease though with a couple of batsmen that are reasonably set now and certainly got things moving nicely for the green and gold. Eddie Everest will remain up at the stumps just to maintain there's no advancing down the pitch. So we're approaching 1 o'clock local time here in Wentworth. We'll have a luncheon break at the end of this first session. And the Kiwis will go about this run chase. At the moment, looks like they'll be looking for around about 215, 220. Kiwis look to set up the field. Men out in the deep. And extra cover, also long off and long on. So they've brought the man who was deep backward square up onto the ring. They do have a deep mid wicket still in play. They have a third man probably halfway to the boundary, just outside the ring. Right, so we're just about set to go here, this 42nd over. Interesting to see if Waddington will attack this short square boundary. Bit of extra pace on there, forcing Waddington back and just manages to make his ground after losing the footing there on the way back. Been a 4th run out for the morning. Partnership is 21 from 10, so this has been a great late surge from the Aussies. Waddington swinging out to the onside. run. Moves to 24, 6 for 197. So now Trindle. Will he look to cash in again on that onside? Run rate now at 4.77. Lane's back and hits out into the deep on the onside. Will pick up a single. So Trindle now to 20. Closing in on Waddington, who's been there for almost an hour.
We've just put a big blockage just there.
Full ball outside the off stump from Grant. Dots are a premium for the Grey Caps at this point of time. Waddington just knocks it down towards third man. They'll pick up the one. So a bit of tidy over this from Grant. Just the 3 from it so far. 6 for 199. Looks to head across the line out towards mid-wicket again, but just the one. So we're through 42 as the Australians bring up their 200, 6 for 200. 3 overs remaining. Waddington 25, Trindle is 21. Grant as well, 6 overs, 1 made and none for 18. It's another solid partnership here from the Australians, 25 from 15. So look to really put the foot down here in these final couple of overs.
Look at the standard. Jim's coming out now. Most over 50 internationals without ever betting. Phil Melville, 12. He doesn't bet. 13. He doesn't bet today. Melville. No, if he doesn't bet.
Oh, okay. Oh, if he doesn't.
If he doesn't get out there to actually bet.
He has batted in internationals. But not
Trindle managed to work it just around the corner to short fine leg. Matty Everest, the keeper, does the duties there. Big boy added to the tally, 6 for 201. As the sun just starts to poke out again here at McLeod Oval. It's certainly clouded up a little since early this morning. Wide from McCarty and will be called by the umpire.
Is this your Starlink?
Waddington swinging out into the onside. I'll just get the one. The New Zealand skipper Samani really has the troops laid out beautifully. Aussies just finding it hard to regularly get the ball over the boundary.
One's wide, yeah. Catch that.
This time it's Trindle hitting it high and deep out towards the man here at mid-wicket. Just pitch in front of him and just the one run.
So is it plugged in
Australia have managed to score a run off every ball. This is the 43rd over. 6 for 204, the current tally. As Waddington, once again, goes out towards deep backward square, another single.
It's just saying my Starlink is plugged in, so I'll just keep going.
Waddington is 27, Trindle 22, Australia 6 for 205. They gradually increase that run rate up to that 5 runs per over mark. It's Trindle, pushes out to the offside, picks up another run.
So they should have a leg by, a wide, 4 ones.
Yeah, got you now.
So the last ball here from McCarty. Can angle down the leg side. Ball hitting the body there of Waddington, which probably saved a wide at the end of the day. 6 runs from the over. Australia now 6 for 206 from 43. 2 overs remaining. Waddington is 27. Trindle is 23. Still ticking them over at around a strike rate of 200. The fast man.
Today, it's going to have no cheese. No. Have you got bowling?
So Damien Grant once again. 6 overs, 1 made, none for 18. Be looking to really tighten Trindle up here. Once again, Trindle swings to leg. There's a man out on the boundary. And he's just come inside the line. It's going to clear him and go over the line for another maximum. Trindle now 29. And Australia 6 for 212. 3 sixes from Trindle. Just opened up the front leg. Moves across. And just all timing, really. Bat speed and timing.
He's not worried.
Looks to take it out deep once again. That'll just pitch in between the 2 men and the deep on the onside. Pick up a couple of runs. Moves to 31. 6 for 214. The Aussies now looking on track for something similar that they achieved yesterday, that 223 mark. Trindle once again goes long, but there is a man out there. Pick up the single. 9 runs from the over so far. Run rate almost now at 5. Beautifully worked from Waddington as he just stepped around and gave himself a little bit of room. And he's going to have enough on it too. It's going to get to the boundary. So another 4 for Australia. Waddington now 31, 6 for 219. And they are really starting to get things rolling here. This partnership 44 from 25. Closed this one out perfectly, the green and gold. And again, similar to yesterday, starting from a pretty steady platform and base. They managed to really hit the go button at the back end of the innings. Waddington swinging the ball out into the offside, picks up another single. So he moves to 32. Trindle also 32. 7 balls of the innings remain. And they've got themselves themselves into a really decent position now.
Let's Google YouTube it or Google it or something and see what it says.
As he hits the ball backward square, picks up another single. So the end of the 44th over, Australia 6 for 2-2-1. Trindle's moved to 33, will retain the strike. Waddington is 32. Grant has bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. Been a brilliant partnership right here at the death. 46 from 27, 1 boundary and 3 maximums. It certainly gives them a really decent tally to defend in the second session this afternoon. Final over will be bowled by Scott McCarty. Runs on the board has proven the way to go for Australia over the opening couple of days of this Tri-Series tournament. As the ball upishly hit through the offside, it will be a single for Trindle. 6 for 2-2-2. Grey Caps would love a wicket here just to break this momentum. Mornington swings down towards mid-off. There's a fumble, so they'll get back for a second. 6 for 224.
Who's that? Tree? Both of them on 34.
Nicely hit there on the onside. Kiwis have got men out in the deep on the onside. They'll restrict that just to the single. Good throw in too from the boundary. Robbie Furu has been busy. In and out of the ring so far. Brings up the 50 partnership as well from 30 balls. Oh, and Matt Everest has just lost the handle on that as Trindle advanced and failed to make connection. Opportunity for a wicket there, but the big man lives to fight another day. So 2 balls remaining. He swings it deep out into the boundary. Frew elects to stand back and take it on the bounce here at deep mid wicket, so just the single. So final delivery. Australia at 6 for 226. Waddington again hitting out onto the onside. They'll just be the single. And I'd reckon Australia would be absolutely thrilled with that tally. 6 for 227 at the end of their 45. Simon Waddington 36 not out. Craig Trindle on 35. And the partnerships really just started to bank up in the second half of that first session. 52 from 33 between Waddington and Trindle, allowing Australia to get to 227. Earlier today, Clint Kebley was out. Kebley was out to run out for 6. Mace run out for 12. Dawes for 1. He was caught Everest bowled Petrie. Richard Gabb, LBW Sears 37. Tony Clark was run out for 74. Tim Hazeman was caught Everest bowled Samani for 13. And then at the end, that 52-run partnership between Simon Waddington and Craig Trindle. Waddington ending up on 36 and Trindle on 35. Quickly through the bowling figures for the Grey Caps. Grant 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. Kelvin Scott 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. Richard Petrie just the 4 overs, none for 24. Scott Mason 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37. Darren Sears, 9 overs, 1 for 39. Adil Samani 1 for 30 from his 6, and McCarty bowling at the death, 5 overs, none for 30. So New Zealand require 228 to win. We return a little bit later on for the second session of this second Tri-Series tournament game as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale here at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth. We'll be back with you shortly. We are just about set to go for this second session here at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth. It's game 2 of the Tri-Series, Australia versus New Zealand. Australia batting first this morning, finishing at 6 for 227 off their 45 overs. Kiwis needing 228 for victory at a run rate of 5.07. They're going to open up with Richard Petrie and John Gary. And the Australians will take the pace off right from the out. And they'll look to the wily exploits of Simon Waddington as Anthony Telfer rejoins me in the broadcast position. Busy morning for you, Telf.
I've been running all over the place all morning.
One of those blue arse, you know what.
Did you miss me?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That makes me feel special.
There you go.
Yes. No, we've been chasing internet all morning.
Looks like we're on to a winner now, though, doesn't it?
And everyone's going to be wrapped with the upload and download and sideways load and any load you like.
There you go.
We've got Starlink all hooked up,
It's
and
looking good.
it's impressing the gurus that work behind the scenes, so they're so happy.
Right, so Australia doing a great job to get to 6 for 227 in their opening session this morning. Australia opening up with Simon Waddington as they did yesterday, taking a bit of pace off.
Yes, and I believe he batted exceptionally well too.
Yeah, they had a couple of really good partnerships through the back end of the innings. Waddington finishing with 36, Craig Trindle 35. Some lusty blows late in the day.
And I see Simon Milton has the gloves on for Australia, so
He does.
congratulations to Milts on getting his first cap as an Aussie player.
As Petrie looks to hit through the offside. And there might
And
be some
there's a
overs there. Yep.
Misfield. And obviously Simon Milton did play and represent Australia in the over 40s in the Global Cup in Pakistan.
Yep.
A big shout out to our friends in Pakistan, in Fawad. It's I'm sure he's listening in and watching this live streaming broadcast all the way from Mildura or Wentworth in New South Wales in Australia.
So John Gary gets over his first delivery, reading through his bios and the player profiles. Suggests he might be the man to watch.
He's a class batsman, there's no doubt. I think he got a big 100 in the quad series.
Interesting to see if they take it on early in this first power play. He's watchful in defence and pushing that one back down towards mid-off.
Interesting to see Richard Petrie opening.
Not his usual position.
Normally he's in the middle order, but
Okay.
they might be looking to get away to a bit of a flyer. He's great to watch when he's going. I did get to play a game against him in Christchurch last year.
As Gary goes
Big
back
shout.
on a cross. Looks like it might have just been angling down the leg side. Always tough for the left arm slow around the wicket.
Yeah. And a gale breeze out there too.
Yeah, it's picked up a bit, hasn't it, in the last hour or so?
Yeah. Talking to the local bus drivers, they're telling us about 3 o'clock this afternoon it'll get a lot windier.
Is that
So,
right?
Yes.
Okay. Looking forward to that.
Not.
Right, Waddington once again, he's almost got through this first over unnoticed. Pitches up and bowls outside the off stump. Trying to draw Gary into a stroke there. He wasn't forthcoming. He's swinging on a bit of straight line or leg side bowling so he can heave the ball to that short square boundary. Quicker one into the pitch. Gary gets back and over the top of it.
And that's where he's gone.
Bit of open real estate there. So the opening boundary for the Kiwis, they're underway. John Gary signalling his intentions early. As we see here in the replay, Waddington just to push this one through. Dragging it down, and Gary certainly didn't miss out. So they're looking at that run rate of around 5 and over. So it's the perfect start. There's looks like Craig Trindle will take up the attack from the Pomona end. Had a good stint yesterday. Will be full of confidence after a nice little cameo in that first innings. So Petrie on strike. I'd enjoy the extra pace and carry that comes through from Trindle. We saw that yesterday. That number of yours, 12, is the hottest ticket in town, I think, at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, the number keeps ringing. So apologies for ducking out.
It's a very iconic ringtone now, I think, for our streamers listening in.
Yeah.
They know exactly what's happening.
I'll see if I can turn the sound down.
All right, so we're ready to go here with Trindle. Starts with one into the pitch, and Petrie just pushes it back into the offside.
He bowls an immaculate line and length, doesn't he?
It was on display yesterday, wasn't it? He really
Yeah.
strung together a pretty decent set in the end.
Yep. We might have to go and tie our camera down. It's got a little bit of a wobble in it.
Okay. Petrie pushing forward, taking on the pad. Has got a long stride though, hasn't he, down the
Oh,
pitch?
yes. He's a big unit.
He is. Saw him at the anthem ceremony this morning. I didn't realise he was tall as what he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a ripper bloke too.
Yep.
I shared a steak and some red wine with him last night, so it was
Nice.
most enjoyable.
Yep. Trindle again, taking the pads. The Aussies up with a bit of interest.
Not a lot of support from behind the stumps though.
No.
You can normally tell if Milts thinks it's close, he'll be up and about.
Yeah.
But it does look like Petrie's just plonking his foot forward.
This time he's elevating up and over the top of cover with a smile on his dial as he did it as well, and gets to the boundary for 4.
Don't need to run for that one.
You get the feeling that he's the sort of batsman that would enjoy not having to push through for too many 2s and 3s.
Ah, no, he's definitely not a 3 runner. It would always be 2. I can guarantee you that.
I think he'd back himself in to get to the boundary rope more often than not.
Yeah, it's unfortunate he couldn't hang around to play in the T20 competition. He may stay for 1 or 2 days just to see how it goes, but he struggles to get up after a week of cricket, so he normally takes a couple of weeks to recover. And you find that a lot with guys that have played a lot of international cricket. And also old guys too, for that matter.
Petrie pushes out in the offside, will pick up a single. To your point, Telf, I think it was either Richard Gabb or Simon Milton. We were talking about the same thing yesterday, and those full international players have, it's not only the games they play, but the preparation and the commitment over a long period of time.
Yeah,
It does take a bit out of the sails, doesn't it?
it does. It catches up with them. And that's why you don't see a lot of international cricketers coming into, the 40s, 50s, 60s space. Obviously, the Australian over 60s, Graham Yallop was probably one of the guys that is or was still playing. Here's one for you in Victoria, Dermot Brereton.
Is that right?
Plays veterans cricket down in... Still playing, yeah. He loves his cricket, loves his vets cricket.
Okay. He'd be competitive on the field, you'd expect.
You'd think so. I think he's a bit of a bowler.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the second over, none for 11. So New Zealand's starting strongly, keeping up with that required run rate.
If I provide the wrong information, I know that our friends out there in internet land and Facebook...
They'll very quickly correct you.
They will indeed, or they'll give me a bit more information, as it happened yesterday with Philip Melville.
Yeah, yep. Derm, of course, still keeps himself in pretty good shape too. He still looks all right.
He looks amazing. He's probably still at his playing weight, or close to it,
Potentially,
you would think.
yeah. He's never really blown out at all, has he? Since he stopped playing. Right, so Waddington will get a second over at the start today after just bowling the one yesterday. They'll be looking for him to really tighten things up here at the start.
I see Damien Meek made a comment. He said, "There's that phone again," but I think that might have been from earlier this morning. For those people that are watching this coverage, if you do subscribe to the SOC TV Global YouTube channel, you can then enter the chat room, and then we can give you a bit of a plug, have a chat with you live, get your thoughts on the game.
Notifications for when we go live as well.
Notifications when we go live tomorrow. So there are benefits.
Nicely struck by Petrie as he
Oh.
gets over the top of it. Manages to get it through the field. It's going to hold up though, as Leith Dawes puts in the big effort.
I can guarantee you there won't be any threes. Look, he's already half a wicket behind. John Gary was keen to come back for the third.
Yeah, he looked elegant, didn't he, over the shot?
I'm sure there'll be discussion about that tonight over the dinner table.
No doubt about it. So Petrie 9, Gary is 4, none for 14. So the Kiwis are certainly getting on with it here at the initial outset. As Gary just probes forward and knocks it down towards third man. And he will pick up 2. Just happy playing a bit of a backseat role at the moment.
I think what we might look to do later on is we might look to get Pete Mail on from NV Play.
Okay.
To talk about NV Play as a product.
I like it.
Yeah.
It is a great product, isn't it?
I'm looking at WASP and I don't even know what that means, so all of our viewers are probably looking at the same thing. Do you know what WASP means? No?
No clue. Nice work from Milton to retrieve that one as it just got away there outside the off stump.
I'm wondering if it's something to do with the winning percentage.
I did hear a whisper from down the line here at the table that you might be on the money there.
I'm assuming 69% is in favour of the Kiwis.
You'd expect at this point in time, wouldn't you?
You
As
would.
Waddington beats the outside edge of Gary's bat.
Milt's whipped the bails off too.
Win and score predictor.
There you go. Win and score protector. Projector. Not a protector. Projector.
Predictor, apparently.
Predictor.
There we go. We'll get there again.
God. That's what happens when I've got headphones on. I can only hear you and me.
Yeah, as Gary manages to pick up another single. It'll take us through 3 completed overs. The Kiwis are none for 17. Petrie is 9. Gary is 7. Anthony Telford joining us here at the broadcast position. We get a bit of extra clarity from Pierre Favell there from New Zealand Veterans Cricket. I think we're well and truly in the know now, Telf.
I think I know what the P stands for.
Yeah.
Go away. That's what it means. Go away. Is that allowed?
I think so.
Yeah.
So we're back now with Craig Trindle. So we have a look at the field. They've got a deep fine.
I think Trigg was just waving at the camera.
Was he?
I think he was.
Okay. We'll have to watch that one back later on.
Yeah.
When we get home. Gary is timing nicely off the pads. It's out towards that deep backward square boundary. A thought of 3, I think that was coming from Gary's lips, but Petrie certainly not committal there. Decides to start the non-striker's end.
I could say something like he's probably cost the New Zealanders 3 runs already, but I wouldn't be game enough to say anything like that.
He'll probably make it up in boundaries, I'd reckon. Nice lines from Trindle, and Gary very correct with his technique and defence.
But it looks solid, doesn't he?
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In the quad series, John Gary played for New Zealand A.
Okay. Good indication of how strong the main side is.
Yeah. But I do believe, having spoken to a few of the people over in in New Zealand. I believe that because of work commitments or injuries or something, that stopped him from being considered. And I think he was a late inclusion
Yep.
into the New Zealand B team in that quad series. And I know Jim Morrison will be listening and he'll let us know as well.
We've been getting a lot of stats and information from Jim across the course of the day so far. Much appreciated. There's that one from Trindle. There's a little extra bounce on the way through to keeper Milton.
We've got Aussie number 1 watching again, all the way from Rome.
There we go.
Yeah. 6 a.m. it is.
Okay. I think it was 2 a.m. yesterday when
Yeah.
he chimed in, so that's probably a little bit more reasonable. It's Gary again. Comfortably tucks off the hip. Pushes through for 1. They'll get 2. So he moves to 11. Petrie is 9, none for 21. So we're already up around that 5.5 RPO mark. I did get a chance to have a look at the wicket during the lunch break today.
You've had a look now.
I had a bit of a look, yeah.
And your
Oh,
thoughts?
it looks fantastic. It's got a good coverage of grass, but it's rock hard all the same, which is makes for a pretty good cricket wicket, I would have thought.
I haven't heard one bad comment about it yet.
No. And not much, as we mentioned earlier this morning, not a lot of wear and tear on it either, really, when you consider.
Yeah. So it's, where are we at, 130, 140 overs now? So
yeah, yep,
Graham Pengelly's done an amazing job. And
he has. I even felt that the outfield potentially wasn't as spongy as what I remember it being as well, so I think they have cut it that little bit lower.
they have. You can see the cut marks around the ground. And they specifically did cut it low for this game.
Yep.
And this series.
On Gary. Width outside the off stump, and Gary's working it through the cover region. They'll get through for a single. Almost a chance of an overthrow there. Trindle this time darts one back into Petrie, cramped him up, manages to fend off into the onside. He'll pick up a single.
Back up again now. So 1 1. 1 1. Sorry. All right, put my phone away. Concentrate, Richard. Got a job to do. That's the goal.
Once again, nice lines from Trindle. Back of a length outside the off stump. So New Zealand none for 23. Midway through this 6th over. And Gary looking to mow that one across onto the onside. Probably didn't quite get up as high as some of the other balls we've seen previously. Goes through to the keeper Milton. It's a big partnership, this one, for the Grey Caps. Australia would love to get an early breakthrough here. Trindle going wide. Umpire allowing that one to go through. Looked a little wide on our screen, but fair delivery. Able to just generate a little bit of outswing on that particular occasion. This time, ball is darting back at Gary, who manages just to get an under edge on it down towards fine leg. Good enough for a single. 3 runs from the over. Australia now none for 24 after 6. New Zealand none for 24 after 6, going at 4 runs per over. A target of 228 for victory earlier in the day. Australia finished at 6 for 227 off their 45 overs. Tony Clark with 74, Richard Gabb 37, and a great last stand from Simon Waddington on 36 and Craig Trindle 35. Saw the Aussies to a target that probably really didn't look eventual in the first 20 or so overs of this contest. And now they've got a really decent total to defend here in this second session at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth. Melville again bringing the ball back into the right-handed Gary, who's compact in defence. Gary once again shuffling across his crease, looking to work it down towards mid-on. Australia, at the moment, have a man at deep backward square. There's also a deep point, but it's pretty ringed up around the circle, so Kiwis not finding it super easy to pick up the ones. As Gary lofts down the ground. And a good attempt down there. So it will result in some more runs for New Zealand. I mean, Kebley down there, who put in a pretty decent effort. The ball was initially clearing him. Managed to hold it in the region, though. Melville again pushing it through to the keeper nicely. Petrie becoming a little bit more watchful as the innings wears on. Partnership is 25 from 40 deliveries so far. Backward a point there by Petrie, picks up another single. Melville's made another great start here. Straight onto his line and length. He's angling across the right-hander. Gary push it out into the offside. No run into the 7th over. And New Zealand are none for 26. Richard Petrie 11. John Gary is 14. Melville's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. Trindle has none for 13 from his 3. And Simon Waddington, of course, opening up the first 2 overs from that Wentworth Township or Murray River end of the ground. 2 overs, none for 11. It's Craig Trindle about to start up his 4th over. Once again, just back of a length into the wicket. Petrie has a bit of a nibble outside the off stump. He's becoming a little frustrated. The former international, he got off to such a good start. Just having to grind out a few deliveries here. That one looping away. Again, umpire allowing that one to go through. Using the Duke style ball for this Tri-Series 45 over tournament. And by all accounts from the feedback we've been getting, players been happy with the ball and how it's holding up at the end of the 45 over journey. Duke ball notoriously a narrower seam. Generally tends to lose its shine early, but then retain later in the innings. As Petrie defends out to the offside. Once we get to the T20s, it'll be back to a traditional Australian Kookaburra style of ball. This has certainly been a batting friendly service. We've seen 3 scores of 200 plus so far. Trindle again with a bit of extra bounce through to the keeper. Petrie happy to just let that one go through. So they managed to bring that run rate back to 3.32 now, the Australians. And again, another outstanding delivery there from Trindle, beating the outside edge of Petrie's bat. A maiden. Now 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. New Zealand none for 26 after 8. Petrie is on 11. John Gary's on 14. So we're back at that Wentworth Township end, or the Murray River end of the McLeod Oval here in Wentworth. Conditions are a little more milder than what we saw yesterday. Some good sting in the sun. As Gary, off his pads, as Melville just drifts down the leg side. Times it beautifully. And the umpire will now signal the 4. So it's the first blot in the Melville copybook so far, and you can see the anguish as he rushed his hands to his head there, just drifted down the leg side, and Gary's certainly proven so far in this innings that he's going to capitalise and sweat on anything in that part of the zone there as he plays it beautifully. Petrie was pretty confident running through that it was going to make the journey, as this time he's edging through the cordon, just holds the bat out a little on that one, but it's now 21, Petrie 11. It's none for 33 in the 9th over. When angling into the pads of Petrie, he just loses balance a little as he tries to deal with it. So it's been a good over so far for New Zealand, 7 off. Melville this time just beating that outside edge of Petrie. Let out the Melville attack here is focused that 4th, 5th stump, outside off stump. As Petrie is taken in the cordon, Melville makes the breakthrough. And Petrie will depart, so that's a big wicket for Australia. Catch taken by Leith Dawes, who's been certainly a busy operator in the outfield over the opening couple of days of this Tri-Series tournament. Petrie, after a bit of a flashing start, just dug his way into a little bit of a hole there. And it was taken behind the wicket there nicely by Dawes. So Petrie out for 11. And the score now 1 for 33. And this is the 9th over. So Australia got things back on their terms now after not only drawing up that run rate, managed to pick up the key scalp for former New Zealand international Richard Petrie. Robbie Frew is our new man to the crease for New Zealand. Played 45 first class in List A games. Averaged 90 in his first 6 over 50s classes through the 2022-23 season. Became the 10th New Zealand batsman to pass 1,000 runs. Has a best of 77 against the West Indies. It's a classical technique, and will certainly be a man to watch here in this second session this afternoon at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth. So a great comeback from Melville, who was taken for 7 off his opening 2 deliveries of this, his 3rd over. Turns it all around to pick up the scalp of Richard Petrie. Now he'll be on the attack here to Robbie Frew. See another wicket here for Australia. That one outside the off stump, Frew allowing it to pass safely through to the keeper. It's the end of the 9th over. 1 for 33 New Zealand. Gary is 21. Frew is yet to score. Melville's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden at 1 for 9. Once again, some great support. The fans turning up around the ground for this high-quality veterans cricket competition. It is game 2 of the Tri-Series tournament. We will move into T20 mode the back end of next week. Trindle turns around the corner. Gary will get back for 2. As he advances to 23, so he's becoming the important cog in this New Zealand veterans cricket wheel here in the 2nd innings. Trindle wayward down the leg side. He's disappointed with that. He works it comfortably around the corner. Nice bit of filling down at one leg. They will get 3 as Frew will push his way through. So Gary now 26, 1 for 38. And this is the 10th over, so that run rate back up around 4s again. New Zealand will be more than happy for these two to see it through to our first drinks break at the 15 over mark. That's a 5.33. As the breeze continues to freshen across the border here in New South Wales. So far it hasn't seemed to have affected the zing bales though. They've been locked and remained tight. And Trindle has done the trick again. Frew has picked up behind the wicket once again. The Australians just that little bit of extra pace, and Leith Dawes picks up his 2nd pouch of the innings. And Frew departs. As we said, commentator's curse almost, saying that the Kiwis wanted to get through to drinks, only 1 down. And Frew has to depart, so that's a real big breakthrough for Australia. He was a danger man at number 3. And Trindle, 1 for 18, and now New Zealand at 2 for 38. So, quick start of the quad series with scores of 105 and 65, 205 runs at 102. He'll be keen to make a big impression here. He's got the platform to do it. He's got plenty of time. So the mood has really changed in a short time here. This New Zealand innings after the quick fire start from Petrie and Gary. Aussies have managed to pick up a couple of key scalps. Put some ahead of the game now. Aussies just making a little adjustment to their field. They move Melville more to a traditional deep fine leg. Have a man at deep mid wicket. Trindle compacted in behind that one. They'll look to rebuild here. The back end of this first power play. Trindle once again with the looping bounce through to the keeper. As we've said over the past couple of days, if you're willing to bend your back a little, there'll be a little bit of reward here at the McLeod Oval. Big space to get some support from his skipper Tony Clark there. For slower pace delivery outside the off stump, well adjusted there by Damien Grant into the 10th over, 2 for 38 now New Zealand. John Gary is on 26, Grant is yet to score. And Trindle now has the figures of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Earlier in the day, Australia knocked up 6 for 227 in their allotted 45 overs. Tony Clark 74, Richard Gabb 37, Simon Waddington 36 and Craig Trindle 35. Certainly a great recovery in that second half of the innings. They've been able to set the Kiwis a challenging run chase here, the second session this afternoon. Once again, Melville bringing the ball back from outside the off stump. Cramping up Gary, but he's able to clear it from the wicket square. Pick up a single on the onside.
Pad in the legs.
Melville once again proving a handful. Caught into action a little earlier than what we saw yesterday, but no doubt he'd be enjoying the newer ball. Still Melville angling down the leg side. That'll be a wide signal by the umpire. So New Zealand now 2 for 40 in the 11th over. Grant has only just made his way to the crease, so he'll look to set himself up here. Driving out on the offside. That'll get him underway. Tom Melville a little fuller in his length. Gary keeping it at bay, albeit it was rolling back towards the stumps. Gary just defending into the offside, taking the bottom hand off the bat just to control the shot. Some tidy work from the Aussies in the field, putting the pressure on at the non-strikers in too. This time it's Gary again, into his favourite zone through the onside towards That deep mid-wicket boundary will pick up a couple. And Telfie's proving to be the mainstay of this inning so far.
He definitely is. Going at around a runner ball. Big charge. Oops.
Going to advance this time, and he'll take it to the leg side. And he'll end it up, get that one down towards fine leg for another boundary. So all of a sudden, they pick up a little momentum at the back end of that Melville over. It's 2 for 47 now in the 11th. Gary, as you said, Telf, runner ball, 33 from 33. And any time that the Aussies have slipped it down the leg side, Gary has just opened himself up nicely and hit the ball sweetly across to the leg side, hasn't he?
Yes. Sorry, we had a little bit of a glitch with our Starlink, and we had to go and pay a bill, make it happen, because we thought we were right. We thought we had 30 days grace, but in the first 10 minutes we used 10 or our free amount that we're...
In 10 minutes?
Yeah,
wow, there you go.
That's why we had the glitch and lost everything for a short period, but NV Play were right behind us and got us back up live again, and now we're Starlinking again.
We're all paid up, we're all accounted for, which
we're all
is
paid up.
Good. So Trindle will continue. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Just in the last couple of overs, he's had those couple of deliveries that have just found that little extra rise out of the McLeod Oval surface.
I think the big fella's fired up.
Nothing like a little Tasman rivalry to get you going.
No.
As we said, he came into this innings with great confidence after a lovely little cameo. 35 off around about 13, 14 balls.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed all that.
This time just passing the outside edge, just tightened him up a fraction, didn't it?
Yeah. The I did see him take a wicket early, and then I saw the next 2 or 3 deliveries afterwards, and they were going through armpit height. So it's great to see Trigg back fully fit and playing cricket for Australia.
Yep. This time it's Grant who's going to elevate over the top on the onside. Picks up a couple. There's the one thing that New Zealand certainly have cashed in on. Any ball that's angled in straight or down the leg side, they've certainly scored from most of those deliveries, haven't they?
They definitely have. It's a big part of their game. They do make sure that they cash in on the bad ball, and they do go relatively hard early. And obviously we saw, Petrie inserted at the top of the order. So
that one played back there by Grant.
I expect the Kiwis to stay in front of that required run rate, or at least at the required rate, right through this innings, and they will continue to keep pushing.
Just takes a little bit of pressure off the boys coming in at 6, 7, 8 and 9 later in the day.
We saw that.
Extra zip again, forcing Grant back into his crease, but he's able to knock it away into the onside for a single.
We saw that yesterday in the Australia A innings, didn't we? They really needed to get in front of it. They never really quite got there, and then they lost those 2 key wickets yesterday. And then obviously fell behind the required rate.
Still a gutsy chase, though, to finish up 12 runs short in the end.
It was.
So last ball for Trindle. One rising up and taking the batsman
Caught in the top of the pad.
high on the body. End of the 12th. It's 2 for 50. Grant is 4. Gary is 33.
Looked like it nearly hit him in the chest.
Yeah, it just popped off a decent length, didn't it?
I notice he's still rubbing just under his chest, under the heart area. So Trigg's still getting that steep bounce that he's well known for.
Yep.
He'd be loving bowling on this pitch.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Plenty of talk in the field from the Aussies as well. They know they've got themselves into a good spot here just prior to the first drinks break.
Yes, I can hear Gabby, and he's not keeping, but he's out there in the covers. A lot of chirp coming out of that man's voice.
Melville with a fairly straight line delivery there. Turn away into the onside for no run.
I see a question on our chat. Andrew Walsh has asked, what type of ball are we using? Well, we're using an RJR ball, and it's their Duke equivalent. And they're produced by RJR, who are based out of Queensland.
And the feedback's been strong from all
Yeah.
players so far that we've heard, Telf.
It has. They really do rate the RJ ball as an exceptional ball based on what they've been using at international level, which is obviously the Duke, and they've also been using the Kookaburra as well. But they both teams are very happy. I saw the ball after the game, and it's still pink.
Grant forced back there, and the umpire will give that one out as LBW. So Melville makes another breakthrough just before drinks. Australia starting to get on top in this Tri-Series Game 2 at McLeod Oval in Wentworth. Grant departs for 4. LBW Melville, and the score now 3 for 50. And it's going to be a tough ask now for the Grey Caps. Skipper
Ardal
Samani is coming to the crease. And he's going to need to find a big one here if his boys are to get home.
I just saw Pierre walk past. He didn't look too happy.
A little bit glum.
Wonder what number he's batting. He can't be too far away. Number 11.
Says that on the list.
Oh, he told me he was in the team for his batting.
Okay. He might have a key role to play at 11 the way things are shaping up here.
There's no doubt he will, if required.
So 3 for 50. This 13th over. Lone hand so far from John Gary.
He will need to bat through, I think.
It's looking that way, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely. They wouldn't want to lose Gary now and be forfeit, 60 or 70. It puts too much pressure on that middle order to, start again and keep the score going, as we know.
John Gary played in the 2020 World Cup in Cape Town that was cut off for COVID. And then wasn't able to go back.
Samani takes guard and he'll assess the situation when it comes to the field. Once again, the Kiwis going to another rebuilding phase of this innings. Samani comfortably in behind that one, pushing it back down the onside. As that wind howls through the trees behind us here, Telf.
I can hear it through the headset.
We did say around about 3 o'clock it was expected to really start to make an impact, so we're not far away from that time.
No, I might just check the radar and the Bureau of Meteorology and see what they're telling us.
Samani just edging off on the offside there. Melville really got his confidence sky high at the moment. Picked up 3 poles yesterday, has 2 for 18. Almost through his 5th over. Samani looks to tuck it around the corner. Can't find a gap in the field as we had another one of those Wentworth windy whirlies blow across from behind us. And a few of the boys sitting in the stands there are
Covered in
covering
dust.
up. Yeah.
Well, the Bureau's telling me wind gusts up to 39 kilometres an hour at 3 p.m.
Okay.
with an average of 27. So I think that was just one of those gusts at
Yep.
39.
I think you're right. So Timmy Hazeman into the attack now for the Aussies.
early today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, well, Tony Clark has made a few different moves with his bowling rotation, hasn't he, so far in this first 13 overs? Certainly working out a treat, though. 3 wickets this first power play. This is the man, of course, and they'd love to prize. So, Australians just shuffling their field. A man a deep backward square. They did have a deep third man, but it looks like they're going to bring him up onto the circle. Still happy.
Still not sure.
They're going to move their man at backward square around a traditional fine leg almost. They're going to push a second man out on the onside.
Bringing third man up to point. And Simon Waddington's pushed deep square leg. Probably 20 metres off the boundary. Nearly looks like they're just saying, have a single.
Yeah. Yep. More than happy to have him at the non-strikers end. Absolutely. Did see yesterday though that Haseman bowled the ball into the wicket outside the off stump, so he's really going to have to work hard to get that ball over onto the onside. Haseman getting one through nicely to the keeper there. So we're at 10 o'clock start again tomorrow in Melbourne.
We are indeed.
Beautiful. This time it's Gary free-flowing through the cover region. They need to run for those. It's gone all the way to the boundary for 4.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, he looks classy. No doubt about that.
Let's have another look now.
Very still at the crease. Good extension with the front shoe.
He'd had a look at a couple. Decided the third one was going.
Yep.
And it ran all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, comfortable.
Shows the timing of the shot when you think about how slow the outfield has been.
So we're just going to see another adjustment in this field now. A bit of extra protection on the offside. Gary has advanced to 37. Bit of a lone hand at the moment. As he gets over that one. Classically correct defence again. Was steak and red wines with the New Zealand boys last night. What's on the agenda for tonight, Telf?
A quiet one tonight as we pack up from here.
There's a big shout coming through. Haseman starting that one back at Gary.
We'll be out here for a little while, so we'll get back into Mildura and reset for 2 days at Chafee. So
Yep.
Transition day and night tonight.
Gary doing nicely to dig that one out. Pick up a single out on the offside. It's the end of the 14th over. It's 3 for 55 New Zealand. Gary is 30. Samani yet to score. And Haseman 5 runs off his opening over. So 1 more to go before our first drinks break in this second innings. Australia earlier in the day, 6 for 227 from their 45. Skipper Tony Clark leading the way with 74. Richard Gabb 37. Simon Waddington 36 and Craig Trindle 35. So we have seen a good spread as far as the run making is concerned for the Australian boys over the opening 2 days, Telf.
Yeah, no, definitely been well shared, hasn't it? It's been, I guess, it's been a good opportunity for them, but also for the selectors to see that these guys are quality bats and can do the job depending on obviously the circumstance of each of the games.
Yep.
It was great to see Clarkey today get some runs.
He looked really good, didn't he?
Yeah. I didn't see all of his innings, but I saw him for the first part of it.
As Gary advances, misses down the leg side.
Ooh.
Has to Jumped back over the ball, which was a little dangerous as it was coming back towards the stumps from keeper Milton.
If that had have hit, I think he
Might have been in a bit of danger there.
he could have been out. Might have to see what John Gary looks like on the dance floor later tonight, maybe.
Showed some moves there, didn't he?
Definitely.
First real time we've seen him advance. This time he's just looking to try and nudge it to the offside. Can't pick up the single.
I know John Gary's part of the Spot-On Strikers T20 franchise in the second week.
Yep.
And I know Jeff Charlesworth's here watching his boys. He calls them his boys,
Okay.
the three Kiwis that are in his T20 team. And
Yep.
he's looking forward to, obviously, the following week and having them part of his strikers outfit.
Scary again. Just turns around on the onside or pick up a single.
No, they came back for two.
Got two in the end, so that's good
Yeah.
running. So he's closing in on a half century here, John Gary. He's got time to go really big here. If he can stay with it. Pushed out in the offside. A little bit of hesitation, but they will go through for the single.
Well fielded by Simon Waddington out there at point two. You forget that he's got a left hand, so he ran round and pinged it back into Simon Milton.
So 3 for 59 New Zealand, chasing that target of 228. Samani just defends into the offside.
I see Wasp is now at 41%.
Okay.
What does it stand for again?
Win and score predictor,
Perfect.
I think.
Yes.
Somewhere
Well
around the
done.
mark.
Well played.
So the higher the percentage, the more in your favour, I presume.
I guess so.
Samani's pushed back once again.
Obviously, the loss of a couple of wickets have brought it down from 60 back to 40.
Yep.
So another great introduction to our live scoring, live streaming through NV Play.
It's almost an NV Play version of WinViz in a way, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Belville, beautiful line just outside the stump there, tempting the New Zealand skipper. He decides to leave it alone, and that is the end of the 15th over. It's 3 for 59. John Gary is 41. Del Samani is yet to score, and we'll take a little break for some refreshments and back with the live action shortly. Okay, just about to resume after that first drink spell. New Zealand 3 for 59. With John Gary leading the way on 41. Lucky enough now to be joined by our good friend Peter from NV Play. Pete, thanks for jumping on.
Thanks for having me.
Give us a bit of the backstory about this fantastic platform that we are using for the Tri-Series as part of the Global Spirited Cricket Festival.
Be my pleasure. Thanks, Pat. So NV Play, privately owned New Zealand company of about 7 years existence, but has, forgive the cricket pun, but has spun out of a company called NV Interactive. That's a full digital agency which does websites and apps and things, but has much longer pedigree in cricket than the 7 years. But
Yep.
NV Play was created at that point.
And we've got a wicket upon resumption as Gary is holed out in the covers. Haseman just pushing it outside the off stump, and that's a fantastic result straight away after the break. The dangerous John Gary is on his way for 41, caught by Richie Gabb. The bowling of Tim Haseman, and the score now 4 for 59. So getting harder and harder as we roll through the afternoon here for the Grey Caps. And they certainly got to really dig in and find a partnership here. But you know, it's an absolute thrill to work with this system. I mean, it's got a lot of detail. It's got everything you need, really, for a game of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. So 7 years ago, NV Play won a major ECB contract, so England Cricket Board, which was around scoring and then became analysis. And then since then, the live streaming functionality has really taken off, and obviously very important to the ECB during the COVID years, with no crowds and things around county cricket.
Yep.
So we always had those plans, but COVID kind of accelerated the need for the live streaming stuff to be integrated into the existing platform, which was scoring, scoreboards, replay screens, video analysis, etc. And yeah, here we are now, sort of driving down from the elite level into recreational cricket, and met Telf and some of the crew in New Zealand last summer, where we covered a few games as part of the over 55s tournament.
Yep.
In Christchurch, which is where NV Play is based. Very happy to be here to take the next step with Spirit of Cricket and the events over the next couple of weeks.
So back to Timmy Haseman, bowling to McCarty. This one is just rising a little off a good length there, pushed away into the offside. So you're talking about obviously the work with the ECB and the county system. What other markets have you managed to expand into over the journey?
Yep, sure. So that was the big deal breaker or starting point for NV Play 7 years ago with the ECB. But prior to that, New Zealand Cricket's been a long time customer or user of our platform, and they now license NV Play as well, and that's again for all their live scoring, video analysis, replay screen, scoreboard, live streaming for the domestic cricket and things as well.
How many have you got in your crew? I mean, obviously to roll it out over so many different markets, you've got a few people in the team?
Yeah, it's about 20 at the moment.
Yeah,
So
okay.
mostly based in Christchurch, but a few in other parts of New Zealand and some scattered around the world as well to support different customers that we have in different parts. And then, beyond the ECB and New Zealand Cricket, we have good relations and agreements with two other full members, so Cricket Ireland and Afghanistan Cricket Board.
Haseman bowls to McCarty, who just pushes out into the onside.
And that's around, the video analysis for their international teams, but with Cricket Ireland, also their live streaming for provincial cricket as well as their international stuff, and then also scoring all the way down through their junior cricket as well, using our mobile app.
Haseman again just outside the off stump. I guess as far as commercial broadcasting goes and the exorbitant costs that are involved in that these days, it becomes a real option, the NV Play, for a lot of associations around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Recently we've had a bit of overlap with NV Play scored matches, providing the overlays that people are looking at on this stream to television broadcasters. The recent Australia-Scotland series was simulcast on B Sky B in the UK, I think, and on Fox TV here. And we've recently also done that with Cricket Ireland with their women's series against England. The T20 series just last week was on free-to-air TV with Cricket in Ireland as well. So yeah, great opportunities for recreational users to to tap into professionally designed and delivered overlay graphics with all the bells and whistles, and room for more improvement as well to come. But yeah, clubs and schools and organisations like Spirit of Cricket can sign up as well and have access to these elite level tools.
A little more of a challenge in northwest Victoria and southwest New South Wales. We've obviously been continuing to battle with the internet speeds, which is obviously not so much of an issue when you're Cap City based or metro based, but we're learning on the fly, I guess you could say.
We are, and part of the reason I'm here to assist that and get up and running for the next couple of weeks.
As we see Waddington back into the attack, one is pushed away by the New Zealand skipper Samani into the offside. Hopefully, as we move closer to the city here in Mildura, but shortly we'll be back in town. We'll be able to pick up a little bit more signal.
Well, yeah, as Telf's been talking about with the Starlink now, things looking really good. So hopefully we've got some reliability now. So we should just stick with this. So always good to solve those technical problems and get the reliability in the stream.
Wellington just angling down the leg side. Samani looking to pick that off down towards fine leg, but well fielded by Christian Farley. So what's ahead for you, Purse, an MV player, once you've moved on from the Spirit of Cricket here in Mildura?
Go back to Melbourne for a few days, do a few things there with Cricket Victoria and hopefully the Cricket Australia events presentation company, Kojo, have been
Uppishly played from Samani, but does manage to find the gap. And I'll just get the single. In fact, no, they'll get back for a second.
Yeah, I've been to Tasmania as well on this trip, and Melbourne for a couple of days prior to coming up to Mildura. So no, great to be here. But yeah, after that, back home next week to Christchurch.
Domestic season will be soon to get underway.
Exactly. So New Zealand and Australia is very much the focus at the moment, with the UK season having tailed off. But yeah, busy times as always.
Wellington outside the off stump to Samani, who again looks to work it into the offside, but it goes through to the keeper Milton.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this job, it's always cricket season somewhere. So it's
12 months a year.
Yeah, when you love it, it's great fun. But it's always someone's start of their season or the end of their season, and things to be done.
Samani is swivelling around and hitting that one out towards the backward square boundary for 4. So that'll give the Kiwis a little boost as we move towards the end of the 17th over. And it is 4 for 69. Samani is 6. Bacardi is 4. Dismissals so far in this second session. Petrie caught Dawes bowled Melville for 11. Gary caught Gab bowled Haseman 41. Frew was pouched by Dawes off the bowling of Trindle for a duck, and Graham was at LBW to Melville for 4. Looking forward to the T20 side of this carnival once it gets underway next Friday. It'll be some bumper action over a 4-day period.
It certainly will be interesting to see, and 4 games at once will be interesting to have that all set up and going. But unfortunately won't be here to see it in person. But look forward to watching the streams a little bit when I'm back in the office. But working with Telf with the franchises around that. So looking at all of those games being live scored on NV Play. Some games just using our mobile app, but the stream games using the laptop software. But it'd be good to have all games covered, and then Telf's going to have a competition centre from us on the Spirit of Cricket website, which will have all the games there with with player stats and the points tables and things, so people will be able to log in and have a look at that and keep track of the whole competition.
He was saying earlier in the morning we're up somewhere around 1,900 views yesterday for an opener, which is a pretty decent start.
Absolutely not bad at all. Yeah.
It's the referees continues just to whistle through here in the broadcast position. Stephen Golan into the attack. This one has worked down the ground by McCarty. Golan was a mainstay of the Australian attack yesterday, and once again he's entrusted with this role through the mid part of the innings.
As soon as you mentioned it before, do you want me to talk about WASP?
Go for it. Here's your platform. Take it away.
Yeah, I know it's a bit of an unusual acronym sitting there that viewers might not be familiar with.
Get to that after this Golan delivery. Bowled into the pitch and defended by Samani.
Talf's problem with the P word is going to put me off my game here, but
Okay.
yes, it's the win and score predictor.
Predictor.
I know he had a few attempts at that, didn't he?
He did. A couple of different variations. This time it's Samani who's heaving the ball down the ground, and he's got a good portion of that. I'll just pull up inside the line, and I'll move back for a third. So Samani starting to build nicely now. Goes to 9 from 14 deliveries, 4 for 73. As McCarty faces up, Australia just making a couple of adjustments to their field. Crossy stumps there, McCarty. Loud shout from Golan. Umpire turns it down. Let's get back to the Wasp first.
Sure. So the win and score predictor came out of a project that I was involved with when I was at New Zealand Cricket. So basically it was a project to look at the actual sort of player impact that each player has on a game. So rather than just looking at their total number of runs that they scored or wickets that they took or how fast they scored them, etc. Actually, how much did that actually contribute to the result of the game? So it was very much a high performance project, but out of it came this idea of being able to predict the final score in the first innings, and then also calculate the probability of winning of the batting team when they're chasing that target. So that's the background to it. And yeah, a few years ago, probably about 10 now actually, we came up with WASP as the product that Sky TV in New Zealand and B-Sky B in the UK used for a while, but that's now part of the MV Play platform and built into our overlay graphics and in our match centres and things as well for 2020 and 50 over cricket, and working in this 45 over variant as well. So just a bit of a talking point for people to debate about whether the numbers are right or whether they disagree or whatever, but a bit of a guide, and it's not a measure of who's going to win, of course. It's just a measure of who is winning, answering that age-old cricket question of how do you know who's winning at any point. So it's a bit of a attempt to put some numbers around that question, or the answer to that question.
If you have too many numbers in a game of sport, I don't reckon, Purse. As we wait here on Scott McCarty. Just redressing himself at the crease at the moment. Waddington will resume for his 4th over. I've got one more question for you before we can let you move back to your position.
Sure.
So just wait for this one from Waddington. Just angling down the leg. McCarty following the path of the ball down. Picks up a single. How do we find out more when it comes to NV Play? If you want to jump online and explore
Great question.
the opportunities.
Thanks for the lead in. Yep, so www.nvplay.com, so pretty easy and simple to find out. So head there, and lots of information about the company and what we do and who we do it with.
Wait on Waddington again. Is that one a bit more air? Is Samani... Oh, there's a bit of confusion, and Samani's going to be found short at the non-striker's end, so that's disappointing for the New Zealand skipper. So he was just starting to build nicely, and Australia make another breakthrough as Adil Samani has run out for 9, and the score now 5 for 75. And that is a real concern for the Grey Caps now, putting a lot of pressure on this lower to middle order. Australia have just had the knack of continually taking wickets, and similar to what we saw yesterday too, Perce, where they obviously Australia got off the chain a little early, but they were able to make those breakthroughs after the 20 over point. and just kept themselves ahead of the game.
Yeah, indeed. No, they've certainly stuck at it, and picking up regular wickets, and we can see that in the Wasp numbers, just taking a bit of a dive.
Yeah, absolutely.
It shaves a few percentage points off when you lose a wicket. So big job ahead for the batters to build that back up and get them back into the game.
I need the MV play team to come up with a measure for the wind velocities because we've had to deal with that in the last couple of days.
Yep. The guys back in the office will be laughing at that because we do have a weather API integration, which is a bit of an old feature that didn't get some love for a few years, and so the guy, whenever it came up, it was always like, oh yeah, that's right, remember we had that weather API feature. So anyway, they'll be chuckling at that.
Horses for courses, I guess, wherever you go around the globe.
Yeah, indeed.
So as far as your more global exploits, I guess, with the ECB and stuff, camera setup, so obviously be multiple cameras compared to what we see here, or?
Yep, you can do that. So we, or our software will take up to 4 camera inputs. Okay. We're just doing a 1 camera setup here. We do have some clubs in Australia who have a 2 camera setup, so one at the other end, and you can switch automatically between the 2. But in the sort of county setups, so all the UK counties use us for their live streaming to some degree or another. But some of those productions are 6 camera jobs with 4 or 5 commentators, not doing a solo job like you, Pat, on your own with guests. But and they do pre-match shows and lunchtime shows and all that sort of thing.
Very professional.
And for that we just are providing the overlays. Lots of camera options for just using the MV Play software yourself.
McCarty runs that one back with a point. Was retrieved there by Leith Dawes as he bowls it back into the keeper. So McCarty now advances to 9, 5 for 77 in the 19th over. Run rate is 4.09. They need to be close to 6 at the moment to remain in line to haul in the tally. The Australians posted earlier this afternoon, 6 for 227. Down the leg side and off the stumps, it would imply there from the reception of Simon Waddington from McCarty, but manages to get it around the corner, picks up another run. And that is the end of the over, 5 for 78. Percy from MVP Play, thanks for coming in and having a chat to us.
No problem, my pleasure.
Beauty, we'll let you get back to all the technical stuff and keep us afloat as we have a look at the scorecard there. Of course, regular breakthroughs from the Australians. Some of the bigger names, aside from Gary, just not really getting going. Robbie Frew, of course, missing out. Damien Green also not quite getting underway either, so a pace off again from the Aussie boys as work to treat.
5 for 78. Off 19. 5 for 78 off 19.
So back we go with Stephen Gollan. McCarty has got a bit of a start here, so he'll look to build on that. Clouds have managed to disperse a little across the course of the afternoon. It got a little fresh there prior to lunch once we lost that sun. Just wait on the Aussie captain Tony Clark to get his field into place. McCarty stepping back and trying to hit the ball through the offside. Can't beat the field though. Just reviewing his strategy there after the event, thinking that he needed a little more bottom hand to perhaps find the gap. This time he'll work it away on the onside for a single. So we continually see that Wasp percentage head southwards, 14% currently. Game well in favour here of Australia currently. This 20th over, 5 for 79 New Zealand. Second power play. Chasing that target of 228. A consultation with the umpire and keeper Craig Milton about Horner's guard as he's getting set here. Here's the one part of the pitch area that has been worn away a little from the batsman. Holland puts it full and outside the off stump. Horner unable to find the gap. As Anthony Telfer resumes the broadcast position, we're well and truly au fait with MV play now, Telf.
I didn't actually hear what was being said, so I'm sure I'll listen to it later tonight. But it's a great platform.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just stays down a little. Not sure if there was an under edge on that. Milton not able to hang on to it.
The way Golly reacted it.
Looked a little frustrated, didn't he?
And even first slip.
Yep.
Tough catches, those bottom edges, though.
Going down as you're coming up, I guess, which is the difficult factor of that.
Wow, look at Wasp.
It's headed southwards significantly since you were on last.
Mm.
Well and truly in favour of the Australians now. Gollan just powering through at the moment. 2 overs, none for 6. New Zealand 5 for 79 after 20.
Don't discount the Kiwis, though. They bat all the way down. Pierre's at number 11.
Yeah, you were staggered by that.
I was, yeah, but that's okay.
I'd say he's saving the best till last, perhaps.
Maybe. When is it? Sunday night. Sunday night, we're all heading to the Gateway Tavern to the Verde for a meal. Australia A, and also New Zealand. So 7 o'clock we've booked for, and it's going to be a great night. I think there's 60 people heading there to support one of our major sponsors here in the Gateway Tavern. Great supporters of local and community events.
They sure are. And Verde really, from the original artist's impressions, has just come up an absolute treat, hasn't it?
Well,
I remember seeing the drawings about half a dozen years ago, thinking this would be amazing, and it has turned out to be just that.
It is an amazing space, and you were there the other night with the McLeod medal, and I watched and tuned into that, and it was it looked amazing, and I remember it pre-COVID.
As we see McCarty hitting the ball through the onside, he'll manage to find another single. 5 for 80 the score.
Yeah, but pre-COVID, it was the original bottle shop at the Gateway Hotel.
Yeah, that's right.
You used to drive your car through that area, pick up your takeaways and head home.
Yeah. Yeah, big changing of the guard there. They've obviously moved the drive-through out the back and around in the car park there.
And what really amazes me is there's no external walls. You're exposed to the elements, but you know, during a hot day, it's still cool in there, and it was probably 10 or 11 degrees the other night, and the heating kept it very cosy.
So once again, Horner gets a long way across his stumps.
Big appeal.
Waddington was keen on it, wasn't he?
Wasn't he ever?
As we
Milts, look at where the keeper was standing, straight over the top of the stump. So you can normally tell where the ball's going to go.
Yeah. Left armour bowling around the wicket, though, always probably makes the umpire second-guess himself potentially. Needs to be very straight.
Chris Howes doesn't give many.
No, he doesn't.
No.
It's from the Noel Slade book of LBW of Judgment. Full of length ball that time from Waddington.
Jammed
Almost
out.
cramping up Horner there. Left armour around the wicket really just tightens the angle up to the right hand. You can't really hit the ball through the offside at all. This time he'll paddle around the corner.
Bought that from about 6 inches outside the off stump there.
Yeah. In the modern game, that's generally where the power shots are, aren't they? Either through that mid-wicket area or down the ground. There's not a lot of players that can play with great force off the back foot on the offside or even driving through the offside. Cardi just sends it back down the wicket. So it's 5 for 81, 21st over. Another period of rebuild, Telf, for New Zealand, who've just not been able to get partnerships going, as we can see it on the overlay there.
Except for that first opening partnership, that's
about all they've really accounted for so far, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing over 20.
No.
Which is obviously hurting the Kiwis in a big way at the moment.
The Aussies have just had the knack of taking that wicket just to stop the momentum at key times.
And look, the run rate's up above 6 now too. And very quickly it'll get to 7s and 8s.
We're still a fair way from home, aren't we? 21 overs gone.
The spin twins are doing it again.
Yeah. And they really applied the brakes yesterday when Australia A looks like they were cruising to victory. Be intriguing to see how they get on at Chafee Park in the next couple of days with that pitch notoriously a little bit more tennis ball in its bounce.
And I know Chris Howes, who is obviously umpiring at the far end. He used to love going to Chafee because he could really rip his offies out there. So it'll be interesting to see how these boys go tomorrow.
Colin once again tying up and in beautifully here.
Although I think it's Australia A tomorrow against the Kiwis.
Yes, and
so
the Aussies will be the following day.
The following day, yeah.
As far as our player movements go, of course, there was a couple of changes for Australia today, with Owen Gilchrist obviously unable to play and Andrew Cratchman taking a spell. We presume Richard Gabb, Craig Milson will move back to that Australia outfit tomorrow?
No, I think what you'll see is Gabby will go back and continue captaining Australia A.
Right.
And Milts will now stay on as the keeper.
Gotcha.
Come in because of the injury.
Yep.
Yeah.
Once again, Horner getting a long way across his stumps. Unable to make connection with that one, so into the 22nd.
A maiden.
Yeah, 3 overs, none for 6. Pretty decent going in this second power play. 5 for 81.
These friendly Australian flies can go away.
We've had moments in the broadcast area today, there's no question. They've gotten to spaces where they've been hard to remove, that's for sure.
I know our official scoring table have had enough of them.
Yes.
We're hoping
Rightly
tomorrow.
so too.
Yeah, we're hoping tomorrow that we can be in the clubhouse.
Okay.
At Chafee.
Be a little bit more protected from the elements.
Yes. Quicker one.
It's pushing it outside the off stump. There is some space through the point region there if McCarty can get back and across.
Oh.
So he swings and loops one down to third man. Get back for a couple. Getting to a point in the game where they do have to start taking some risks, I guess, if they're determined to take on the challenge. Sticking to that fourth or fifth stump line outside off. So they were able to protect with the ring there.
Yes, the Kiwis are definitely going to have to start to take a few more risks, and you know, they've come a long way. They're not coming here to come second.
Yep. Nicely timed this time from McCarty. Takes it down to long on for a single. So Waddington was through 6 overs. Trindle's also bowled 6, so too Melville. doubt those players will get back for a second look later in this innings. As this time Horner makes contact with the paddle around the corner, but can't beat the field.
Yes, Horner now needs to start to get busy. He's been out there for a couple of overs now and probably a little bit longer than that, but he needs to start to get that scoreboard ticking over.
The Aussie's just not giving him anything to really deal with at the moment. So
Nice tight lines.
Another tidy one from Waddington. It's 5 for 84 after 23. Scott McCarty is 15 not out. Bert Horner is 1.
Look at the amazing graphics we're getting out of
Yeah.
NB play, hey?
Manhattans. That required rate now up to 6.55.
Couple of tight overs have pushed it up.
Yep.
That half a run, hey?
That one's squeezing through not only the batsman but the keeper as well. And they'll turn and come back for a second. We'll see some bat involved there because no
Obviously.
signal from the umpire. Could be a little bit of luck that the Kiwis need here.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. It could have been leg wise. No ball.
Short length delivery.
Look at the bounce.
Yeah. Really surprised McCarty, didn't he? Did not
Yeah.
expect it to get that high. Once again into the wicket. Straighten him up.
Golly used to be a fast bowler.
Is that right?
Yeah, took up off spin probably 4 or 5, maybe 10 years ago.
Yep. That happened how to extend his career.
Yeah.
Making that decision.
He's definitely done that. One of the true gentlemen of veterans cricket in the world.
This one worked away into the onside for another single. Between the pair of them, though, Gollum and Waddington are just racing through those overs here, aren't they?
They are, and that in itself puts pressure on the batsman, not allowing them to get settled.
Turned away into the onside once again by McCarty. 5 runs from the over, none for 11. Stephen Gollum from his 4 overs, 5 for 89 after 24, Telf.
Yeah, wonderful over again from Golly, and obviously got through it very quickly as we check out the worm, and obviously the Kiwis have headed south of where the Aussies were at the same period, so it's going to take a very concerted effort over the next probably 5 to 6 overs to get back up on par with the Aussies.
I think they'd like to see themselves up around that 4 runs and over mark, that's for sure. That gives them something to build from. Australians have 3 men out in the deep on the onside. There's a shout for LBW there.
Might have been a bit of bat in that one, I think, Pat. I could hear that through the headphones. Interesting that the 3 out on the square leg or on the onside boundary are all protecting that short boundary.
Yep. These two haven't really looked to go down that path as of yet. Ball was just nudged around the corner once again, but no run. Just happy to defend and play safely for now, McCarty. Waddington giving that one a little bit more air. There's McCarty to push down the ground, pick up another single. He's midway through his 7th over. Horner turns around the corner and it's going to get through to the boundary. This field out in the deep by the Aussies, so a much needed boundary for the Kiwis.
Not sure who that is out there. Is it Trig?
I reckon it's spun on him.
First time that Horner really managed to get some purchase, heaving away onto the onside.
A very handy boundary for the Kiwis, that's for sure.
Quicker pace delivery as Horner looks to try and pick up a run on the offside. He's trying to get the agile Richard Gabb in on the ring there, so he's dynamic across the grass. Once again, a decent line and length.
Well fielded by Leith Dawes at short third man. Cut off any single.
With the over. 25 gone, 5 for 94. And mainstay of this inning so far for the Grey Caps, John Gary with his 41. Building a little bit of a partnership here, 19 from 40. Cardi now has been out there for 35 minutes or so, so he's almost in a position where he'd feel that he's set. Down the ground he goes, picks up another single. Uppishly played by Horner down the ground, just to find a bit of spare real estate there. We'll pick up another single. Carney once again just getting across his stumps and looking to find some space into the onside. Golan is really racing through them here. This time McCarty will find another single, not moving as free as we've seen him earlier in the innings as he pushes through for that single. So
has the breeze dropped off a bit?
I feel like it has, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Horner's advancing. We'll find another run here in the offside. Runs down the onside again for McCarty. So 5 off it. Colin has none for 16 from his 5. And the score is 5 for 99 after 26.
You feel like the Kiwis have just picked up the scoring rate just a touch in the last 2 overs, which is great signs for them as they push towards this score of 220 odd. It's critical that they keep these two together for the next probably 15 overs.
Yep.
And then have an assault at the end of the last
4 or 5. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. We'll see a bit of pace back on the ball in those latter stages as well, which will be easier to work with.
It will be, yeah. I guess the critical part for the Kiwis is they don't get too far behind that required run rate.
Yep.
Between now and the next 10 overs.
Waddington angling down the leg side. McCarty cashes in.
They were looking for two.
Yeah.
Well fielded by Trigg down at fine leg.
Looking to redeem himself for the
I think so.
glitch a couple of moments ago.
And that's the 100 for the Kiwis.
Tosses that one up a little to try and entice Horner. He pushes down the ground, fielded by the skipper Tony Clark there. Again, full and outside the off stump. This time Horner's driving through that cover region. Picks up a single.
I think that's Mace down at mid-off.
Okay,
Yeah, Clarkie's at mid-wicket.
gotcha. Just caught him a glimpse out
Yeah.
of the corner eye on the screen there. Once again, the attack is focused on that fourth, fifth stump line outside the off stick.
And it's an amazing line that they're bowling because there's no one deep on the cover boundary.
This time, see the ball knocked around the corner again by McCarty. That's makes the punch up now to 27 from 51 deliveries. So the rate required almost nudging sevens now. He's almost chopped that back onto his stumps that time, Horner. That's the end of another Waddington over. So he's now completed 8 overs. There's none for 34, so he has one of his regulation 9 remaining. This has been the second best partnership since that opening stand between Gary and Petrie.
And as we speak, the wind picks up. You can see the camera vibrating, so you know whether it's gusty out there or not. I think they'll just bowl Waddington out, don't you?
Yeah, I think they will. They'll have one more from that Wentworth Township or Murray River end of the ground. Gollan now commencing his 6th over. Melville still has 3, Trindle 3. Timmy Hazeman's only bowled the 2, so there's certainly plenty of options.
I think
We'll turn into the onside. Another single for McCarty as we do get a bit of a uptick in that breeze, Telf. We did have a moment or two of respite there for about 10 minutes.
I think McCarty's looking to go deep into the innings.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of overs to go.
Yeah, yeah. And it'll be critical for New Zealand to have him there at the last, 10 overs.
Turned away on the onside, can't find a gap in the field. And coming back in from the outside the off stump, but McCarty's able to run it down to third man.
Looks like the Ducks are coming back in the background.
Yes.
You can see them up here.
Yep. Did notice during my pitch inspection at the halftime break, a few of their rewards were left out in the ground there for us. Warner getting back and across and timing that one nicely out to the cover boundary for a single. So that's the end of 28, 5 for 106. McCarty is 27, Horner is 11. As the Kiwis continue to try and keep that worm going north.
At least it's flatlined.
It has. They've
This-
managed
this-
to
this-
regain a bit of composure, haven't they, over the last couple of overs?
Yeah.
This will be the last one for Solomon Waddington.
And the second last over before drinks too,
They really raced through this second 15, haven't
haven't they? Yeah.
Once again, Horner getting across his stumps. Bit of a shout from behind the wicket.
More from behind. Not much interest from Simon Waddington.
No, not at all. Horner making a nice move there through the offside, but Aussie's able to reel that one in, prevent the single.
Simon Milton giving some advice to Waddington between balls there. Wonder what he said. Where are we going tonight?
Based on our chat yesterday, sounds like a man who enjoys a good time.
Simon?
Yes,
Yes.
this time Horner will pick up a single.
Most of the guys in all of the teams all enjoy a good time. It's part of vets cricket.
Yep.
Yeah, now, okay, this way, unwind. You'll be winding yourself up like a corkscrew.
McCarty unable to pierce the field once again. Had a full ball presented there outside the off stump.
Well fielded though by that looked like Tim Hazeman out there
Yep.
at covers. Very athletic.
Oh, some indecision there as McCarty was looking to try and drop it and run. The Aussie's too savvy for that though. The ball back into the keeper. As far as the South Australian scene is concerned, Telf, with the Veterans O50s, when are you due to kickstart your 2024-25 campaign?
I think it's normally the second weekend in October.
Yep.
Roughly. Lots of new teams entering in the competition.
Get you to run us through a few of those in a moment as we get through the end of this 29th over. As
I-
once again, McCarty looking to get that one to the leg side. Fails to score. It's 5 for 107 after 29.
I know Kensington are putting another team in,
Okay.
so they'll drop a team down into Division 2, which will further strengthen that competition and obviously give a lot more blokes a game. And I think there's another couple of teams from the northern areas, but I'm not sure of the club names that are joining.
Okay.
So all goes well for the strength of the competition.
Absolutely. Who's the team to beat in the first division this season, do you think?
Well, you can't go past the Adelaide Easies, I don't think. They won the premiership last year when they played Grange, and Grange will be a difficult team again to beat. They will continue to recruit hard in their quest to win that inaugural championship. Oh,
Almost sneaking that one through, Gollum. There's Horner. It's a little indecisive there. He was originally coming forward, then he went back. It's good to see the district clubs starting to become involved.
yeah, they are, and it's a critical part of the longevity of the tournament. With clubs aligning or veterans teams aligning with some of the clubs and bringing back their old boys that have played Premier 1s and 2s and get them actively involved again in cricket.
Once again, going across the line, Horner. Big shout from Gollum. Umpires have put the fingers away a
They
little bit
have.
over the last half an hour or so.
Obviously.
It's muscled away out into the onside. Another single. Score advances to 5 for 108. Brady is 27. Horner is 13. The equation as it stands now, 119 to win from 90 deliveries, 5 wickets in the shed. Scollin completes his 7th over, none for 22. And that is drinks. So we want to take this opportunity to have a brief break, and we'll resume with the live action shortly. Just about ready to go again after the drinks break. Score is 5 for 109. New Zealand chasing that target set by the Australians a little earlier on during the day of 6 for 227. So 119 to win from 90 balls, 5 wickets in the shed. Another special guest joining us now on the microphone, and it's the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association President, Richard Havey. Richard, thanks for being a part of it, making the trek to Mildura to watch this Spirit of Cricket Festivale.
Oh, pleasure to be here, and great concept of veterans cricket. And,
Absolutely.
it's up and running. My club in Adelaide Grange, we've got two over 50s teams and over 60s and over 70s teams. So.
That's fantastic. We've got a couple of local boys that are a part of the setup at Grange there. I think Brad Purdue's spent a bit of time there, and Justin McFarlane, I think, through the vets.
Yeah, Mel Lyons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Alan Brown's played a couple of games for us too.
Yeah, so good to see the local connections sticking tight. I know Telfer's keen to get everybody back to Hills Fleurieu, but I think the boys are keen to stay at their adopted homes.
Yeah. Well, they enjoy travelling down, and it's a big commitment. We love it. We love having them in our club, and really lifted the standard of our veterans, because we really struggled the first couple of years when we got established.
Yep.
But it's really going well now.
Christian Farley's into the attack, and we can see McCarty turning that run around the corner. He'll manage to get 4 runs for that shot, so that'll take the score to 5 for 113. Just having a chat during that break with yourself and Anthony Telfer and the ATCA looking to adopt an O40s competition this season.
Yeah, well, they've called for nominations, and apparently quite a few clubs have put their hand up to go into it. So it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. Yeah.
So how many grades are you running now? You run down to C2, C3, and then your LOs after that?
No, we've only got goes down to C1,
okay.
and then LO1s to LO7.
Yep.
So one-day cricket's sort of really taken over from the young lads don't like fielding for 80 overs.
They don't like to be committed.
Yeah.
Club-wise, certainly still pretty strong and through the ATCA ranks?
Yeah, well, we've been really stable. Still 53 clubs still going, and the women's competition sort of showing steady growth.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I think we're up to 20 teams this year, I think, in 2 divisions. So it's coming along quite well.
Yep.
So lots of good things happening. The main thing is the under 17s were struggling a bit because SAC have changed their rules a bit.
Yep.
And they're drawing all the good kids away from the community clubs.
Making it difficult. They've had that restructure, of course, of their A-grade competition with the 2 tiers as well. So that's right. They go through a bit of a rebuilding phase, I guess, as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, I think SAC have started under 17 comp, which play on Sunday, which is in direct opposition to Adelaide Turf.
Because it used to be 14s and 16s back in the day, didn't
that's
it?
right. Yeah,
right. Okay.
Yeah, because they apparently they couldn't get hold of the college kids, which they wanted to.
Right.
So they restructured to have a Sunday comp.
Yeah.
Kids
So that's
college.
in addition to the 16s as well.
Yeah, that's
wow.
right. Yeah.
Okay, so that does make it difficult for you guys, doesn't it?
Yeah. Which we need the kids coming through to for the community clubs to survive, really.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. So we wait on Christian Farley once again. 5 for 116. The Kiwis. There's once again McCarty going crossy stumps. Big shout on that one, but umpire once again turns it down. As far as the Adelaide Turf is concerned, and not far away from a start from the new season.
Yeah, we kick off on the 13th. Fingers crossed the weather will be good too. It's been good so far. But
okay. Have you had much rain during the winter?
Been quite slow to come. Didn't come till June, but June, July was very wet.
Okay.
It sort of stopped again. And
yeah.
It's been quite dry in the last 6 or 7 weeks.
Okay.
So hopefully it doesn't stays away for the start of the season.
Yeah.
It's always a bit of a challenge, but yeah. A lot of clubs are working hard getting their wickets, their squares up to scratch, and scarifying.
Footy season's now finished up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
As far as the Premier grade's concerned, who are the teams to look out for this season?
Para Hills and Goodwood are the standouts.
Para Hills are still up there,
Yeah. Para Hills. Yeah, I think they've lost the last 3 grand finals, or 2 grand finals, or 3, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But they brought a couple of guys across from England, which is always and Goodwood is just going from strength to strength.
Yeah.
With they got 8 teams, and they want to actually put more teams in that were struggling for turf pitches. So.
Of course, known as Richmond Clarence Park back in the old days.
Correct. Yeah. Now it's all Goodwood.
Yeah, they've had a big rebuild of the ground, everything they have known in recent years.
Yeah, they have.
Looks
it's
great.
been going for about 3 years. Yeah. As most of the clubs have got new facilities. With in conjunction with the football, with women's football and cricket taking off, get government grants for.
Being in incorporated clubs and joint entities certainly makes it a lot easier when the funds are concerned.
Yeah, Granger, like the club I'm involved with, we're just starting to. By Christmas time, our club rooms will be bulldozed and use $7.5 million development.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
So Golan once again bowling to McCarty. And that one's just going to come off the pad, I reckon, as it goes past the keeper there, Simon Milton. We'll get through for a couple. Just talking about the old days in the ATCA, and I had a bit of a role back in Adelaide and trying to think of some of the boys that were at Grange in my time. I think Peter Judd, I think, was certainly at Grange back in those
Peter's
days.
still there. He's in the Australian over 60s veterans team.
Yep.
No, he still plays regularly when veterans cricket doesn't take him away.
Yep.
Yeah. No, last year he won the C1 bowling trophy for the association.
Wildly operated, Pete, isn't he?
And he also won our club champion.
Fantastic.
Making runs in wickets.
Yeah, still doing it at age early 60s now. He'd be Pete, wouldn't he?
Yeah. He's 63. He's just retired.
There you go.
So yeah. He's a school teacher, PE teacher at St Paul's College.
Yep.
Yeah, last year I think he took 8 wickets and 9 wickets in consecutive weeks and made 100 the next week. So
it's good going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gollum bowls to Horner, who gets back and across. Get that one down to third man. As you mentioned, the yellow competition has just boomed, hasn't it, in the last half a dozen years? Players wanting to play that one-day limited over format, and as you said, not stay out in the field on a hot day for too long.
Yeah, that's really taken off, and the A1 and the yellow ones and yellow twos are really good standard.
Yeah.
And
yep.
Yeah. Got a lot of the Southeast Asian boys coming in, the Indians and the Pakistan boys, and
form their own clubs,
boys.
teams, don't they?
Yeah, and they love it. Yeah, very competitive.
Locally here this year, with we've got a big influx of Indian players playing across all the clubs, and they've formed their own outfit this year called the Mildura Royals. They'll put 2 teams into our local competition, which is great for diversity in sport, no doubt.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So how long are you in Mildura for, Richard? Are you going to stick around for the tournament, or are you?
No, I've got to head back Saturday morning. My
Okay.
wife's going to do the park run Saturday morning. And
park run, yes.
Yeah, down by the river, by the Mildura Weir, and
yep.
We'll head back.
Okay.
Yeah, so just a week here, relaxing.
Nice time to get away and
have
a bit of a break and ready for a busy season.
Yeah, hopefully I'll go back for the SRFL Grand Final on Sunday.
Norwood v Glenelg, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
So it'll be almost the first time since the early 80s those two teams have come together.
Apparently I was reading the other day they've only met 4 times in the Grand Final in their whole history.
Okay.
Yeah.
Norwood seem to be the team to beat across the year, don't they?
Yeah. My team, Woodville West Torrens, we beat them quite easy in round 1, but so we fell in the hole in the second half of the year, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm a Centrals man myself, so unfortunately our boys didn't quite get there on the weekend. But
they just
big turnaround this year.
Yeah, they've
improved a
sort
lot.
of making good inroads after a couple of ordinary seasons.
Yep.
Yeah. How come you go for Centrals?
Well, I lived in Salisbury. I was
the
northern suburbs boys. A young fellow went to Salisbury High School, so it was just the done thing to look after the boys from the north.
Yeah. Well, in the turn of the century, they'd 10, 12 good years.
Yeah.
Won 9 premierships.
Had some pretty good players go through there over the years.
Yeah.
I grew up with the likes of Wilbur Wilson and Johnny Duckworth and those sort of guys.
All right, yeah.
Back in the late 70s, early 80s. Peter Jonas.
And Peter Vivian. Yeah.
Milky, yeah.
He was a good cricketer too.
He was.
Good left-hand bat. Played for Salisbury.
Yeah. Back in those days, of course, you weren't really able to cross over as much, probably. A lot of players that were really good cricketers, and even the AFL standard as well, just couldn't play because of the commitments required for that elite level of footy.
Another guy called Alan Stewart, who was finished up coaching Central.
Yes.
He opened the bowling for Central. He bowled Les Favell out first ball of a match.
Righto.
Les Favell, I think he made 100 for South Australia.
Yeah,
and he went back on the Saturday and played for East Orange and got bowled first ball by Alan Stewart.
Prize scalp.
Yeah, I think he was only 16 at the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
The ball's knocked down towards long off there by Horner. That brings up the 50 partnership between these two from 86 deliveries. They've started to get a bit of a move on now. 5 for 125. And this is the 33rd over. There's certainly been a lot of conjecture about the Sackers move into that 2-tiered A-grade competition and the balancing of some of the old heritage clubs having to deal with playing in that second tier. Certainly hasn't been an easy pill to swallow, I bet.
No, that's for sure. It's sort of taken along similar lines to English county cricket.
Yeah, the promotion and relegation, yeah.
And unfortunately, all the Division 1 clubs get stronger. And
they just pick from below and strengthen their lists, I think it's just been a move by the Sacker to try and improve the state level of cricket, which we've obviously struggled a little bit as far as the Redbacks are concerned for quite a few years, but Not sure this is necessarily making a big difference to it at all.
No, well, I think the culture's got to change.
Yep.
I mean, I think cricket in South Australia is more of a social thing than like full-on fair dinkum.
Yeah.
So,
Ryan Harris being in the fold this season hopefully might
Yeah,
turn
well,
things around a bit. He's done it at the highest level.
we've had a history of high-profile coaches, and
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Hasn't worked out.
no.
Jason Gillespie of obviously having a run recently, but
Yeah,
didn't quite
Darren
get
Lehman
success.
and
Yeah.
Jason Lehman both had success in England with county cricket, didn't
Yep,
they? But
yep.
Just didn't work out. We just don't bat well.
No, recent times it's probably only been Jamie Siddons that's had real any chance to see any
Yeah,
success.
since 1995, I think was our last one.
It's a long time ago, isn't it?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that's right. We did make 2 Shield finals in a row, didn't we? But
Well, we got touched up by Queensland at the Gabba there one year.
Yeah. One year they played the final at Glenelg Oval. I remember.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they didn't bat well that day.
You just haven't been able to find that rock to hold down that middle order,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So it's 5 for 126 after 33. McCarty's 39, Horner is 18. Joined by Adelaide Turf Cricket Association President Richard Habe here in the broadcast position. He's made the trek across from SA to enjoy a bit of Spirit of Cricket Festivale. This is the second of our Tri-Series tournament games. Yesterday it was a 12-run victory for Australia over Australia Ray. Tomorrow we'll move back across the border from New South Wales into Victoria and go to Chafee Park in Moorbeen as the Kiwis will take on Australia Ray.
Last time I was at Chafee Park was about 1989. Australia were playing Sri Lanka in under-19
World Cup, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My brother was billeting 2 of the Sri Lankan players.
Yep.
And I took a couple of weeks off work and followed around. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still I still hear a lot of old stories about the 19 World Cup that came through town.
Yeah, I remember Stuart Law was playing for Australia.
Yep.
And Joe Scuderi.
Yeah. Had a pretty decent squad.
Yeah, I
at that
think
time.
Australia played Pakistan in the final. I think Australia won.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Of course, a little bit earlier in the piece, we were lucky to have a bit of World Series cricket come through in the late 70s and early 80s at the number 1 showgrounds there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
As McCarty is going to knock that one out into the mid-wicket region, so he's now to 40. So he's ticking along quite nicely as he approaches his half-century.
You also remember West Indies came out in 1968-69.
Yep.
Fast bowler called Lester King
Okay.
bruised a few guys on the
I bet he would have.
on the Mildura.
Yeah.
Where the trotting track was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard as a slab of concrete, that track, so he would have certainly got plenty of bounce. Colin this time is pitching fully at length, just cramping Horner up. Unable to score there, so he's almost through his 9 over stint here. 8.4 overs, none for 30. So the equation is 100 to win from 68 balls with 5 wickets in hand. The Aussies just controlling the tempo nicely here. This third power play. Short and outside the off stump as Horner steps back and gives him some room. Doesn't get much support from his teammate at the non-strikers then. He was looking for the single. Sent back, so no addition to that score of 5 for 128. Once again, tight lines from Gollan. Just the single for Horner. And that will get us to 5 for 129 after 34. Richard, thanks for joining us and having a chat. I might let you return back to the wife and enjoy some of the Spirit of Cricket Festival action.
Pleasure.
No worries.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Will do. That is Richard Habe from the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association, of course, well aligned with the SA veterans cricket scene too over in South Australia. And it's great to have him here in the region to enjoy some top shelf cricket at the start of the season. And this second Tri-Series game is getting into the death throes now. Australia look to have a pretty good handle on things, with New Zealand needing a further 99 from the remaining 66 balls. These two have certainly contributed nicely here, 54 from 94 deliveries. And they'd like to see them certainly bat through the next half a dozen overs. And maybe, just maybe, set them up with an opportunity to have a late flurry here. So it's Christian Farley once again. heaved across to the onside, and that is going to go all the way. So that's a great start in this 35th over. Horner now starting to really get going, 24 from 47. So we watch that one back once again. Farley bowling a full length outside the off stump, but Horner confident. Going to swing the ball across to the leg side, and as we've mentioned over the past couple of days, a 60-metre boundary to that square side, adjacent to the swimming pool. Once again, Horner goes across his stumps, times it beautifully, and all of a sudden you feel like the Kiwis are pushing the go button. It might even be a maximum here, just waiting for confirmation. Umpire hasn't signalled just yet. Will be a boundary 4. So Horner has got things rolling now. Moves to 28. McCarty is on 40. The Kiwis are making a last-ditched attempt here to stay in the contest. Farley just proving to be a little expensive here, and this is 3rd over. He's gone for 2 4s, first 2 deliveries. It's Horner once again across his stumps. Pick up a single there as a result. 5 for 138. Partnership now up to 63. McCarty able to work that one away into the onside for another single. So he's 41. That equation just narrowing a little after the profitable start to this 35th over. 89 to win from 62 deliveries. Still 5 wickets in the shed. This you feel is the key partnership in the game if they are to manage to chase down that tally set by the Australians earlier today of 6 for 227. Skipper Tony Clark just making some last-minute adjustments to his field here. Once again trying to swing it down the leg side, might have taken the body or the pad there. So it heads down towards the boundary. Just going to be saved down there. Kiwis will pick up a further 3, so this has been a really decent over. 13 from it now. They've advanced to 5 for 142. Nicely guided down to 3rd man by McCarty to end the 35th over. And New Zealand are 5 for 143. McCarty is 42. Horner is 28. And finally has bowled 3 overs, 11 for 21. So both the spinners are now through their 9 over sets. So we might see a bit of pace back on the ball again from the Australians. Trindle still has 3 remaining, so too does Melville. Timmy Haseman has only bowled the 2 overs so far. Interesting to see what Skipper Clark will do here, might mix up his rotations. Looks like Haseman's going to resume from that promoter end of the ground. So just a brief pause here as the New Zealanders just take a little refreshment, recharge the batteries as McCarty looks to shape up here against Tim Haseman.
10 overs to go, 85 runs required. So I guess that's probably run rate about 8.5.
85 runs to win from the remaining 60 balls remaining in this contest. Australia looking to sweep their fixtures here at the McLeod Oval, the opening of the Tri-Series tournament as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. They'll take a break tomorrow and return to action on Saturday in Melbourne at Chafee Park against Australia A. There's McCarty. He's finding some space through the offside there as he gets through for a single. And that's all he'll take. Some good work again by the Aussies out in the deep. Hornet taking a step back. Looking to try and explore that offside, but just giving himself a little bit too much room. Horner advancing this time as he gets it out towards deep mid-wicket. Nicely fielded by Simon Waddington. He's had a busy day today. Was impressive with the bat for his 36. Got through his 9 overs, done for 35. There's McCarty, lost out into the deep on the onside. Collins in the vicinity, but he won't quite get there on the full. So it falls safely. So the Kiwis, 5 for 146. Horner again elevating down the ground. Long on. There's a hint of a second there, but they'll just get the one. This time McCarty's just knocking into the offside. Able to amble through for the single, so 36 overs complete. And New Zealand are 5 for 148, chasing the tally set by Australia early today of 6 for 227. McCarty is 45 from 63, and Horner is 30 from 53. So this partnership now at 73. It really has got the Grey Caps right back into the contest here. Showing some great spirit to finish strongly at the back end of this game. Farley will continue from the Wenty Township end or Murray River end of the ground. Beautifully bowled right up in the block hole. And all that McCarty can do is push it back to the bowler. The dot ball's obviously counting in Australia's favour here. The ball goes down the leg side. Wicketkeeper Milton scurries away after it. Kiwis get through for the leg bye.
This is a 37-8 after this.
Horner again, hoiking to leg, and he will get the full journey. So another 4 for New Zealand, 5 for 153, just going to prove that this wicket is a hard and true one. Batting certainly hasn't been an issue later in the afternoon. Horner now goes to 34. And what has been a really good rearguard action from New Zealand here. 75 from 51. It'll take some doing. Certainly fighting onto the finish here. Horner early across his stumps. Only able just to push it down towards mid-on. Pick up the single. Certainly looking to be using that shorter square boundary. Facing from this Weddy or Murray River end of the McLeod Oval. That time Farley gets one through with a little extra zip, which beats the outside edge from McCarty's bat and through to the keeper. So 74 from 49, 5 for 1, 5-4. There's McCarty. Hits it high and out into the offside, and the catch will be taken by Phil Melville. He's certainly been involved in this second session of play. Bowled a great spell early. Takes an important wicket to break that fight back from the Kiwis. Partnership ending, which really got them back into the contest somewhat. McCarty is out for 45. Caught Melville bowled Farley. And the score is now 6-4, 1-5-4. And this is the 37th over. So 74 to win off 48 is the equation. Good finish for Farley there after going for 6 initially in the over. Finishes off strongly with the wicket. Nice round of applause there for Scott McCarty. He fought hard through that middle section of the second power play and into this third power play. Certainly building some respectability, if nothing else, into this New Zealand Veterans Cricket scoreline. So now chance for Kelvin Scott. Kelvin Scott trying to make early inroads here, keep the momentum going. So it's Hazeman is hitting uppishly backward a point. We'll get through for a couple. So 6 for 156. As Horner continues to build his momentum here. (72 for 47 balls remaining). 4 wickets in hand. Will be tough for Scott to get going here as the required rate is well and truly around that 6+ runs and over mark, so he's going to need to basically get going right from the outset. But Horner will look to dictate the terms by taking ownership of the strike here in this short term. Skipper Tony Clark just making some more adjustments to his field. He's moving Waddington over across onto the offside. He's got a man at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Horner again just opening up the leg side as he pushes down the ground. And they will get back for a second, so once again, strong showing from Horner. Telf, he's really come into his own in the last half an hour.
He has. He's really got to skip along. I think he was, 1 or 2 off 14 balls, but, well, the Kiwis had to, and they will keep coming.
Yep. As he steps back and tries to open up the offside. Ball going through to the keeper.
They won't leave anything in the shed trying to chase this score down. And you can see in the style of the game now, you know.
Full ball down the leg side, unable to really capitalise as he's going to be pushing through. He might have been run out. He just ambled through for the single. That's disappointing. thought he had more time than what was on offer in the end, and unfortunately, it's going to be the end of the section for Bird Horner. Run out for 39. And good work from skipper Tony Clark out in the ring there, getting the ball back to Hazeman. And we've seen a few run-outs today, Telf.
We have, but I looked at it and thought, yeah, there's an easy single there. I don't know what actually went wrong. I want to see the replay to see where Horner missed out getting to the bowler's end.
He certainly wasn't charging down the other end, was he?
No, here we go. Here, let's have a look.
It's coming a little bit
we've
late.
missed it.
Yep, just a little late.
Yeah, unfortunately. Anyway, great knock by Horner. Obviously started slowly, but finished strong.
Yep.
Unfortunately, couldn't see like McHardy through to the end of the...
Yeah. So the double breakthrough now for Australia really sets it up for them, doesn't it? 2 new men at the crease.
Yeah, it does.
Very difficult to get that rate, which is up around 7 and over now. So it's the keeper batsman, Matty Everest.
And can bat.
Certainly looked a very polished performer behind the stumps, there's no doubt about that.
The problem the Kiwis are going to have, though, now, Silko, is that there's no time to get settled. They just need to keep going.
Yep. So we wait on Hazeman once again.
And obviously they need boundaries, they need 4s, they need 6s. And that's not an easy task to do.
No. Hazeman starting confidently outside the off stump. Managed to work it away for a single. Certainly one of these two really has to take it on, don't they?
Mm. Both have the ability to be able to hit boundaries, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see. What have we got? So 7 overs left, 8 overs left.
Hazeman cramping up Everest there, but he's able to just squeeze that one out. The offside picks up the single, so that's the end of 38. New Zealand 7 for 160.
And 6 off that over.
Just need that one good over, don't they? A good 10-12 run over. That should really get them right back into the equation.
Mm. They need it sooner rather than later, though.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
You don't want to be leaving to the last couple to really find a big over. The Aussies obviously now putting a bit more pace back under the ball as well, so there is the opportunity to work with the extra pace. Christian Farley back for his 5th over. 4 overs, no made, and 1 for 26.
It really is, what have they got? They've got 5 out, mid on, deep mid wicket, backward square, 3rd man.
There's not too many avenues to boundary at the moment, is there?
No.
One's just running past the outside edge. Didn't quite get up as much there. Outside the off stump.
And they've left the deep cover vacant nearly all innings.
Yeah.
Knowing that, you know, not many boundaries are going to be hit to the 70-metre boundary.
Everest working away to the leg side. Picks up another single. All the while that equation continues to stretch apart a little further every time, doesn't it?
Mm. Well, look at the difference, 27 balls now. We can hear Clarkey out there.
Barking the orders.
Yes, keeping his boys up.
He's certainly very, very animated at that second drinks break after 30. As this one's run off the face of the bat by Scott, straight through to the keeper, Simon Milton, and another wicket for the Aussies. So continue to get the breakthroughs. 8 for 161 now, New Zealand, in this 39th over.
Yeah, no, a great catch by Milts. Good to see him do. Hey, he's having a great day, actually, behind the stumps. Obviously, that was a regulation. Just Kelvin Scott, you could see just trying to run it down to 3rd man off the face of the bat and really just hit it straight into the, edged it straight into the hands of Simon Milton.
So once again, another fresh man will come to the crease. Looks like Darren Sears.
The Kiwis are running out of soldiers though, Pat.
They are. Yep, only 2 wickets in the shed now.
Yeah.
Once again, Australia proving that they're able to turn things around after slow starts in their first power play.
Through
On
that
both
middle,
days, yeah.
middle period again.
Yep. Any score in that vicinity of around 220, 230 is always going to be difficult to chase. And in
Right.
second.
Exactly. I drove past Chafee today. Council were out mowing the oval, so we're expecting it to be a little bit faster than the ground out here at
Yep,
Wentworth.
yep. So Foley now 2 for 27, and this is 5th over. Has been expensive both days, but he's proven to be a wicket taker at the same time. Sears gets off the mark down the ground on the offside. So as far as the points table is concerned, Telf, is it just a wins and loss scenario? Is there percentage or bonus points? As we see a wicket here, and Farley gets another breakthrough as Everest appeared to look like he might have chopped that one back onto his stumps. And that's a 9th one down now for the Kiwis, 8 for 162. We'll quickly return to that question about
Yes.
the points table.
Yeah, definitely. It's 2 points for a win and 1 for, I guess, a washout or a draw.
Yep.
And then 0 for coming second.
Okay, so no bonus points for
No.
runs scored or wickets
No.
taken, no?
And I think the table's all based on net run rate as well.
Okay, yep.
So
Yep.
we'll let NV Play do that in the background for us. We won't have to worry about it
That's
until
what they
later in the week.
They get paid the big bucks for, I guess. As we see Pierre Flavel make his way out to the crease.
Yes. A lot to do for the great man.
Yeah. 66 from 37. Nice little finish here from Christian Farley. 3 for 28 now.
From just 5 overs.
Yep. Did a similar job yesterday in a short burst, didn't he, to make an impact? So the Aussie boys have got a chance to refresh and recharge tomorrow with Australia A in action against the Kiwis.
I just saw Milts go up and give Pierre a tap on the back and say, good luck, mate.
Yeah.
Nice gesture.
That one's beating the outside edge. Farley's really in the zone at the moment, isn't he? So he completes his 5th over. New Zealand 9 for 162.
That over has turned this game on its head, hasn't it, really?
You can see the breakthroughs there at the back end, those partnerships, 4, 3 and 1. They just haven't been able to get anything going. After that double breakthrough, removing both Horner and McCarty, just haven't really been able to recover, have they?
No. The Kiwis have lost wickets at crucial times, obviously. John Gary, first ball after drinks.
Yep.
And then to lose McCarty and Horner very close together, it's just... It just destroys them, doesn't it?
No doubt.
It's tough to recover from that.
So Hazeman will return to the attack. He'll bowl the left-handed Darren Sears. You'll expect the Kiwis will only get better from this time going forward, though, Telf.
I would think so, yes. They'll be disappointed with their performance today, especially after their start at the start of this innings, but we'll see them bounce back tomorrow, no doubt.
Yep.
And I've just got a message from Andrew Knight, who's chair of the Veterans Cricket Australia. He's sitting at home in sunny Brisbane, watching it on his TV
Fantastic.
and loving our coverage.
We've had some quite warm weather up that way. A couple of 30s a week or so ago.
Real? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it was warm when I was up there. That was up on the Gold Coast.
Yep. Don't think you'd ever go too far wrong on the Goldie. I think you're normally going to get reasonably looked after weather-wise up there.
Yes. It's a bit dry up there at the moment, so. But they have had a lot of rain through the winter.
Yep.
I know a lot of the games were washed out and teams were missing out on playing finals because of the wet weather. And Horse, one of our scorers here, could tell us all about that. We should get him on the mic tomorrow maybe and can have a chat with us.
Sounds like a plan. As we can see, Flabell will get off the mark there as he pushes one out of the covers for a single. So the Gold Coast and Sunny Coast scene sort of play through that earlier part of the year, don't they? As opposed to traditionally down south.
Yes.
Taken downtown there by Sears. Looks to come back for a second.
Yes, we're seeing a lot of guys from the southern states head to Brisbane and align themselves with the club. I've played 2 games over 2 years with Brisbane. I know David Roach heads up there as well, and a couple of guys from New South Wales head up there and play a few games throughout the year just to keep their eye in.
Flabell.
Yep.
Oh, confusion. He certainly had no thoughts of a second there,
That
Pierre.
was definitely not going to look for that second.
Turned his back on his teammate there. He definitely wasn't coming back at all.
I think I'll let him know about that tonight.
Yeah, Sears was almost halfway down coming back for the second. He's got himself stranded. Sears opens up through the offside. Picks up the single again.
Actually, Andrew Knight's going to be arriving into Mildura tomorrow night.
Okay.
Yeah, so he'll be at the second game at Chafee Park.
That'll be Saturday, is that right?
I think so,
Yep.
yes.
Lost track of days, to be fair. But
Yeah, it's, what are we, day
two.
two?
Yep.
So tomorrow's day 3.
Hayes been pushing Flabell back into his crease. And that's the end of the 40th over. 9 for 167, New Zealand. As they chase down this target set by Australia at 6 for 227. Big clump of wickets there through overs 35 to 40. It's really slowed things up, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. 12 and over they need.
It's good going if you can achieve that with only 1 wicket in hand.
I think the important thing now for the Kiwis is to try and get as close as they can, which will obviously have an impact on their net run rate.
Yeah, back through the 45,
so it's critical.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't want to, be all out in 40 overs.
So Farley continuing. He'd be keen for a 4th addition to his collection here. He has got some pep and jump in his stride there as he comes through, but nicely worked away by Sears. Picks up a couple. Nothing like a couple of wickets to make you hit the crease that little bit harder, Telf.
Exactly right. And you can see he's up and about too.
Yeah.
Speaking of up and about, Pierre Flavel's first international game for New Zealand. So they're his first IMC runs.
Short of a length.
Play and a miss. And we need to acknowledge our sponsors. Sixt Bus and Car Rental have pulled up out in the car park, and obviously the game's drawing to a close, so they will be taking all the players back into Mildura at the end of the game, and they're doing a great job getting the players to and from the grounds.
Once again, beating the outside edge. Was going to be called a wide and didn't tail away from the left-handed batsman.
Thought that was a bit harsh, that call then. It looked like it went over the top of the bat.
Yeah.
But there's clear lines out there, and I know at the start of the game, if the ball was outside that line, they'd be called wide. So knowing Chris Housey would have been right on the money.
Squaring up Sears that time as Flavel's taken a dive. Can he recover? I'll hold the ball up for him so he can resume his ground. He's hit the ground quite hard there on the hip, I reckon, so we'll have to just monitor him here to see how he fares. Might need a runner here. I'm not sure what the situation will be, but just reaching that left hamstring there a little bit. He certainly hit the ground hard on the way through there, didn't he?
I think Pierre has had a hip replacement recently.
Yep.
And I would say that he's injured that, and they're calling for a runner, so it looks like they're going to... Or is he holding his Achilles? Achilles calf?
Originally he was holding the back of his left leg, I reckon, whether it was a hamstring or...
Now he's just stretching. I reckon he just wants a big cuddle and a kiss, and he doesn't look
No, he looks in a lot
too
of pain,
good.
doesn't he?
Yeah, no, he does. Let's hope he's okay. He puts a power of work into vets cricket in New Zealand currently as the over 50s delegate.
Yep.
And now on the IMC over 50s board. So let's hope we can see this out. Looks like someone's putting pads on over there. It looks like it could be Matty Everest by the looks of it.
Yep.
They must have taken a vote and decided that Matt Everest was the fastest runner.
Umpire Chris House just inquiring about his welfare there. 57 to win from 27 deliveries as Matt Everest gets out in position now. You might start to see Pierre maybe go the long handle a little bit here. A bit restricted in his movement.
Yeah. So it's his left leg, isn't it?
I feel that it is, yeah. He grabbed and clutched to that pretty early. The left hamstring, I reckon, or certainly high up under the bum there. If nothing else, it's probably the trying to recover from the ground position as opposed to going down initially, I think was the issue.
He landed heavily, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. Looks like Milts is staying up on the stumps. Oh no, he's just chatting. He's just chatting to Pierre, I'd say. Lots of field changes now. And obviously I'd say that they're looking to try and cut the singles off.
Keep you on strike.
Yeah. Yeah, wide out. Wide outside off stump.
Make him reach.
Yeah, yeah. Stretch that leg and test him out. They've packed the offside field now. Third man. Backward point, forward point. And the mid off. There's no cover though.
Flavel this time just leaning back and pushing through the offside. He'll pick up a single.
Pierre likes this game. He doesn't have to run now.
Yeah.
Stand and deliver.
Yeah, I get the feeling you can see some merit in that. Absolutely.
We grew up having
Full length delivery to Sears. He tries to work it through the offside. Can't pierce the ring. That's the end of 41. 9 for 172 New Zealand. 4 overs to go. They need 56 to win.
Yes, no, they won't do it, will they?
You wouldn't have thought
tough,
so.
Tough from here. It's going to be really left up to Sears now to, to clear the pickets and, pick up. What do they need? They probably need 5 or 6 boundaries very quickly.
Yeah. He's only not long arrived at the crease himself, so he's not really settled.
No.
as you said before, no doubt the Aussies will really ring up the field to put the pressure on Flavelle to be able to turn that strike over.
So we've got a long on, long off, deep cover, third man, and a deep, straight mid-wicket.
It's always been a challenge, right? Some people just don't know how to do it.
Resolute defence there, Flavelle pushes back on the offside. I think the curse of always having to call out for a runner is that natural instinct of hitting a good shot and taking off.
Yeah.
Having to hold yourself back. Flavelle managed to get over the top of that one nicely. A little bit of indecision. I'll just get the one. .55 and 22.
Watching Pierre walk out to, where has he gone? He's gone out to point.
Yep.
He's struggling.
Yes, I think he'll seek some medical advice and attention a little later on this evening.
I'll get the phone call. You want a physio, chiro?
Yep. The full works. Sears goes the aerial route down the ground. He's
Look
got
at the
Everest backing up there, so they'll get back for a second.
Look at the intent of Everest.
Yeah, he's hustling through, isn't he?
Yeah. I said earlier, the Kiwis won't give up. They'll go all the way to the end.
Oh, it's in their nature.
Yeah.
To make sure they see it through. Sears advancing once again, goes down a long on. Everest once again hustling through quickly, and he will get
Ball's
back.
coming in.
Makes
Yeah,
it pretty comfortably in the end, doesn't he?
Great running. I can guarantee you they wouldn't have got two with Pierre.
No.
Even fully fit.
Safe to say.
Eh?
Safe to say. Blessing in disguise almost.
Oh, just
for the Grey
about.
Caps. Oh, and that one just popping up a little on the pitch.
Must have rolled his fingers over it.
Yeah.
He's calling for the heavy bat, is he, or what?
He's a new weapon.
Or is he calling for a wide? What?
Not sure what he's on about there, Darren Sears. So one ball remaining of this 42nd over. New Zealand 9 for 177. As he's been hit on the pad and given out LBW by the umpire. Tim Haseman picks up his second wicket. And New Zealand are all out for 177 at the completion of 42 overs. And a pretty comprehensive win by the Australians in the end, Telf.
It was indeed, and well played to the Australian team today. Obviously, they got off to a bad start early with those two early run-outs, which really did affect the potential score that they would have set the Kiwis. But they then rallied. Obviously, a great innings by Skipper Clark and a couple of others that chipped in at the end as well. I think Simon Waddington helped the cause.
Yep.
So. That was a great target to set the Kiwis, and then obviously to be able to defend it and bowl the Kiwis out. And the Kiwis do have and boast a very strong batting lineup. So John Gary batted exceptionally well today at the top of the order. Petrie went out there to do a job.
Showed intent early, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Would have been great to see him bat for another 15, 20 overs,
Yeah.
and potentially the result could have been far different. But the Aussies stuck at their cause throughout the course of the innings. And they worked really hard right throughout that middle period. Once again, changed the game. The Aussie spin twins in Golan and also Waddington did the job on the Kiwis, and then obviously we've got Christian Farley chipping in at the end to clean up the tail, and then Timmy Haseman finished the day off. And as you can see there, Bertie Horner batted exceptionally well for 39 after a really slow start, and McCarty, that partnership, breaking that partnership was critical for the Aussies. So great win to the Aussies today, and now I guess we move on, pack up and set up again and see everyone at Chafee Park tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I'll just quickly give you a run through shortly of tail of the tape here in this second choice series tournament game, part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Australia batting first As you can see on the screen there, 6 for 227 in their 45th, as Telf mentioned. Tony Clark leading the way with 74, and some very valued contributions from Richard Gabb. Also Simon Waddington and Craig Trindle. Best of the bowlers for New Zealand. Richard Petrie 1 for 24. And then in reply, after a pretty fresh start from New Zealand, they just lost their way a little. John Gary set the tone early with 41 from 44. And then the partnership between McHardy and Horner got them back with a bit of interest there. Middle of the second power play, but the bowling of Melville early and the spinners that really locked it down, and then it was Farley and Haseman, as you mentioned, Telf, that came through and just sealed the deal. They're just able to get wickets and break partnerships at crucial times.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was the big difference right throughout the innings, wasn't it? The pressure that the Australian team put on the Kiwi batsmen created those, I guess, errors, and batsmen losing their wickets. And look, we've had 2 fantastic games of cricket in 2 days, and now we'll move to Chafee tomorrow, and hopefully the weather will be very similar today, and Australia A will take on the Kiwis at Chafee Park starting at 10 a.m.